reminds me that I have to clean my desk. I've got so many random icons on my desktop. I got to clean that up. Wait a hot minute here for everything to warm up. You know, we're warming the servers up. It's like a diesel engine. You know, that's how it works, right? You have to let the engine warm up when you stream. Anyway.
Totally.
So I would like, if possible, to work on this. Now that we, yesterday I put out a new public release, 0.5, of Vintage Engineering. It's a big release. It may not feel like it on the surface, but having the multi-block system like working is huge. Okay, so this is a big deal. So yeah, I'm very happy that we got that working, but that's just the beginning of what's left. Having that in, is, you know, little bits are going to have to be tested. It's going to have to be sort of stress tested, and I'm sure the community is going to come up with edge cases that I can't even imagine, as well as using the mod in an ecosystem of mods that I'm not going to test it. Like there's too many mods, right? So I can't test against them all. So if you have a weird mod conflict with a recipe or something like that, I can't account for 4,000 mods, right? I have to build this in an ecosystem of basically vanilla, and I'm not even taking into account the other mods that I've made and the balance changes that I've done in those. Because for example, there was an exploit with the metal press because the metal press only took one ingot to make a plate. Well, when you would break a plate down into nuggets or metal bits, you would get enough metal bits back to constitute 2 ingots, right? So it was a duping bug. So I acknowledge that, and I put a patch in that reduces the metal bits or the worth of a plate to 1 ingot. Even though if you smithed the ingot if you smithed the plate, it would still be enough voxels to require 2 ingots. But breaking it down into bits would still only yield enough for 1 ingot, right? So I fixed the exploit by doing that. Well, there's another mod or 2 or 5 smithing based mods that undo that change, right? And so I'm getting reports of, hey, there's this exploit with duping things, and it's like, I fixed that. If you have another mod that then changes things again, I can't control that. I can't override the override of the override. I just can't. That's an infinite loop of misery. So when it comes to like other mods, be very mindful of what they do. And so it's not my fault that their mod overrides metal plates for some. There was no even reason to do that for that other mod, unless they were trying to undo balance changes by other mods. So it's like, you know, a decision needs to be made in those instances when you have a mod overriding another mod. Like, you can either ignore it and don't do the exploit and just choose not to, or if you have no self-control and you just can't help yourself, like, edit the mod, change things around, you know, something like, I don't know. So anyway, this is the rough model that we're going to be trying to work from. And this is the PumpJack from Immersive Petroleum, which is going to be a big part of the things that we do for MV tier. MV tier is about oil refining, diesel generators, the whole 9 yards, right? And so the multi-block system that I just released wide was the first step of that, is to get that multi-block system in place, the custom one that I could then utilize for this process. Okay. Now, I still have crud in my lungs. I apologize. So this thing is, pretty straightforward in terms of what it does and how it looks. The tricky part that I don't have a lot of experience in is the animation side. Because the thing on the back, this thing back here, this thing spins, right? This is the thing that actually does the pump. And so the whole thing animates. And I'm really hoping it's possible. I'm pretty sure it is, but it's going to be interesting. The biggest issue here is making sure everything is right. And looks okay. It won't always be perfect, but we're gonna kind of hammer it out here. So we have enough textures. I do have Photoshop open because one of the main differences between like Minecraft and Vintage Story is where the detail in the model comes from. In Vintage Story, well, in Minecraft, as you can see here, the quote-unquote details are in the texture. And this texture going across here, that's a huge texture, right? These are not normal textures. These are much larger textures than what Minecraft usually has. But I really want to continue using 32 by 32 textures as much as possible, like really as much as possible. And I don't know a way in the model creator to I'm gonna close. Wait, which version is this? I just installed a new one. Let's see if we can open the new one here. VS Model Creator. Launch. They like there's an actual like install file for this now, which is kind of crazy. So I guess we can move the launch. Create shortcut here. There we go. So this should be, I don't think this is, is that donate? Wait, what just happened? Did it just crash? It stopped responding.
Wow.
10 seconds into using the fucking model creator and it crashes just because I pulled up the credits. Okay, that does not bode well, everybody. Save often.
I'm guessing that's one of the few times that's happened to you, too.
Oh, man. Yeah, this thing, like, my number one message to Tyrone years ago when I first started modding the game, I was like, there are better tools, right? And there is Blockbench, right? This is what Hightail is using. And believe it or not, Blockbench has somebody made a plugin for Blockbench to export vintage story files, right? And so it does have it. I'm not familiar with Blockbench. It's a much more refined looking program, I can tell you that. This thing is crazy looking. But I don't know if this would support the texture system that that I want. Like I have I don't know, like if I go to plugins, right? I have vintage story models, but this thing is 4 years old. This is 4 years out of date because they've updated the model creator and stuff. So this last updated 4 years ago. So it's crazy thinking about 2022 is 4 years ago. Jesus, where does the time go? So this is like way, maybe possibly not good. And yeah, see, export vintage story model. So I tried to import the structure, like import structure. I don't honestly know what any of this stuff does, but I do have immersive engineering in here, and we have all of the structure files in here. Okay, but that doesn't do anything. Like, why are you not doing anything? Right? I'm clicking. It's not doing anything. So again, another plugin that is pointless. It doesn't do anything. Right? It's like structure file, import, it doesn't work. Okay? So obviously it's just like whatever. I would need a different viewer to view the file, something called NBT. It's an .nbt file, which is weird because NBT is anyway. So Blockbench, like, I'm assuming this is a decent model without restrictions. Java block, no block. Like, I don't know. It's just generic model. Low poly models, blah, blah, blah. Like, create new model. Like, look at this editor. It's got dark mode, which is a bonus. File name, PumpJack. Model what? PumpJack. Default per face UV. Box UV. Default UV mode. UV mode can also be changed per cube. Per face UV. Per box UV. I don't know what the difference is. UV mode can also be changed per cube. This is not my per face. How about you give me a little bit of flavor text regarding what the thing is? That would be super duper helpful.
Per face, so that's maybe not the unwrapped UV around the whole thing? Is that what it's saying?
Well, the face, the other one is box UV. I don't know what that means.
Huh.
Right? Because a face, you could consider like the beam of the PumpJack. That's one face. But I don't like it's fine that it's one face because that'll just be one texture that's stretched. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create textures. There's going to be a bank of textures that are basically like just the colors, right? Whatever that gray gunmetal color is, right? That's going to be a texture of just one color. And you'll be able to like fine tune them. So you'll have like lighter versions and darker versions, and because when you map a UV on a bigger voxel like that, it's going to stretch the texture no matter what you do. And in order for that to not to look like crap, what you do is you use a texture that's just one color. So if it stretches, it doesn't matter. It's still one color. And then you put the detail into the model, right? It's into the shape. And then the details in the shape and everything else kind of follows along suit. So like the ridge on the top and the bottom here with the rivets, that could be just a little bit of a voxel out with a little voxel on the rivet, and the shape will be, higher poly than your normal, like the one of these in Minecraft. But the way that the game works with shapes, it's very optimized for that. And you shouldn't have 50 of these, right? You'll have, with the current settings and people's insistence that there's too many geysers in their fucking world, which drives me insane. Wait till they get to refining that oil, and it's going to be like 1,000 liters to 1 liter of gas or whatever. It's going to be a massive reduction in the amount of stuff they're going to get out of it. So they're going to be going through a huge amount of oil, and it'll be like it's going to mark my words, it's going to flip. People are going to be like, I ran out of oil. I need more geysers in my world. So this is fine, but the UV type, moving this to a different monitor, like, I don't know what box UV does. I just don't. Like, and I can't, can I hit help?
The question mark next to it doesn't show anything?
Well, the question mark is just default UV mode of the product. It's what it is, right? What does that do? But it doesn't tell you what the UV mode can also be changed per cube. It's like, that's fine, but what are the options in here, people? Give me what those mean in the little help flavor text. So the Blockbench wiki, default UV.
He got some comments from Jay, by the way.
UV mode. Are you not going to give me documentation? There's oh, that's bright. Dark mode, people. We need dark mode. I need Chrome.
Yeah.
I need Chrome to be like, what? I need a universal dark mode. No matter what website I go to, Chrome is like, he wants a dark mode. Let's darken this shit up. Because Jesus, especially when it's late at night and I'm working on something and I have to pull up some detail and it's white, I'm like, oh jeez. It's like the sun came up and shined right in my face. Let's see. Block modeling. Can we? What is box? Setting up the model. Box UV setting. Okay. The box UV setting and the texture size can also be left at the default because we'll change them later. Oh. Okay. So let's just confirm. We're going to YOLO that. And then that is north. North is negative Z. I think that's right. Yes. North is negative Z. East is positive X. Yes. Okay. So this is the same. This is the same rules as Vintage Story, which is which is nice. But having never, oh my god, that's so fucking bright. Switch to different tab. I'm sure there are people who know this like the back of their hand. I am not one of those. So view ground plane. Nice. Okay. Okay. Now, how do I put things in here? Element. Hello, Mers.
Looks like someone new in chat. Hello.
Let's see. Add cube. Excellent. Transform element. I think it would take less time for me, honestly. To do this in Model Creator. I've got way more experience in Model Creator than this thing. This looks awesome, and I don't know why, like Tyrone couldn't have used this. But I don't like the UV kind of thing. UV mode per face. Okay, so how do I edit? Is there hotkeys? Is there control? Is there an alt? No. Resize. There we go. See? We're learning together, everybody. Now this could be just not right at all. We're going to go out to there, I think. Yeah, I think that's right. And then this is going to come out to there. And then the thickness. Because the block is 16, right? Yeah. I think. I'm not 100% sure. So we want to go down to 8. Yeah. The problem is, this is not right. This is not how I need to build this, unfortunately. Let me pull the reference image back up. This, right? If we have the bottom be one giant thing like this, it would kind of ruin what we're trying to do here. So what I want to do, this is, I was not intending to use Blockbench for this, by the way. This is not, I just wanted to see if this had some, intuitive designs and stuff. And maybe, just to see if it would be superior. And I'm sure right? There's enough people using this. I'm sure that it would be, once I got used to it, I don't know if you can. Yeah, okay. It is what it is. Close. Discard. Close. Okay. So, we worry about the textures later. The root here, we want base. And this is going to be and then we want this is where the multi-block comes in, right? The finished shape of the multi-block is bigger than a block. That's the point. Is it's way bigger than a block. The final shape of it. When you build it, the little bits and pieces that you use to build it, that looks kind of janky or whatever. But the finished one is just a single nice shape, and then you can animate that. You can animate that big shape, and it looks good. Okay. So let's see. We're gonna do base C. Well, we don't have to be shy about it. And we're gonna save it. That's the smart thing to do, because we've already crashed once. Block, multi-block. Let's just make sure we're in the shapes. Shapes, block, multi-block, PumpJack. It's not much to save, but I wanted to save it just in case it shit the bed. Okay. So the PumpJack is going to be 5 wide, or looking at it north, it's going to be 3 wide, 5 deep, and I don't know, 4 or 5 tall. I don't. It's hard to gauge here. It's probably 4 tall, I would guess, somewhere in that realm. So to texture this thing, again, we want to look at what textures I have available. I can't remember. So let's peek. Oh yeah, I need to do set texture base path. Oh, it inherited it. And then shape base path should be nope. Vintage engineering, mod, assets, vintage, shapes. And then what is this? Set color. What is this? Color path. I have no idea what that is. What is the color? Color config. I have no idea what that is. Okay. We're going to save it. Can I get a plane? Texture size. What is this? Texture pack resolution. Texture pack resolution. Amount of pixels per voxel. Texture width. It doesn't really matter. Oh, good. There's a delete unused textures now. Fantastic. Uh, okay. So to texture this well, we are going to need to go to textures, block, and like wood planks. So the texture that you see on the base here is most likely something like this. Okay. So if this is the center of the base, we are going to want to build off of this and then translate it. See, here's a big difference between this editor and Blockbench that would be nice to have in this one is the little gizmo to move things. That would be so nice. So we're gonna do have a good one, Jay. We're gonna say, all right, base center, and we're gonna say base this is gonna be north 1, west 1, and then we're gonna say position like that. Okay, copy this. North 1, west 2, and then copy west 3. Like that. Right? So these are, if you look at this, that's this part right here. And the reason I'm doing these in single block voxels is so the texture, I don't know of a way to tile the texture. If it's one giant plane, right? I don't know how to define a texture and that just tiles, right? Just repeat the texture. I don't think there's a way to do that. So in order to have the texture not stretch and be all discombobulated, you have to subdivide all of the voxels. Now this will change when we get to this upper section. Because in order to animate this, you don't want many blocks because that's a lot of animations. So that's where the single texture or the single color textures are going to come from. Is going to try to make that at least presentable. Okay, so this we want to duplicate, and this is going to be north 2, west 1. And then this is going to be there. And then we're going to copy that. And this is going to be north 2, west 3. Okay, so there's the first 2 rows. Now, there is a box here, right? This is a bigger voxel. But I don't want to change anything yet. I want to get the whole base done, and then we'll come back and then tweak and manipulate. So going here, we're going to copy and paste this, and we're going to make this north 3, or no, north 1, north 3, west 1. And then we're going to drop this down here. Copy this, West 2. West 3. And this is why, like, for the LV tier, like, I wanted simple machines. Simple, easy machines, because I knew going into the MB tier, these shapes and these models are going to get much, much more complex. And here we are. Much more complex. Okay, so we're going to copy this. This is going to be north 4, west 1. And drop this down to here. So that's that one. And then that one. So this is the end, I think. And then we're going to copy that. And this is going to be west 2. And then... Oh. Copy. West 3. Okay. So we have one more space up here, but as you can see, it kind of hangs off. This is the head of the pump jack, and this is where all the pumping happens, basically. Now we want to put in some details. The center here, the very center, this is where you would put the core block, right? This is where the core would be. You'd place that, and that would dictate first where the head is, and also the directionality, northeast, southwest. So you always build. If you're out there wondering how do I build my multi-block, you build it facing north. North is the default state. So north, right? This is how you want to orient everything. Okay, so going in here, the base 3, this one here is going to be a full block, as well as this one here. Okay. That's this one and this one on the side. These are the fluid output ports. Okay. It just feels like this is bigger than... It feels like it's more than 3 blocks. I really wish I had an instance of Minecraft going on my computer right now where I was... Because I don't know if Immersive Petroleum has even been updated for a long time. I think I feel like it hasn't. Like it's been a long time since it was updated. Okay, so we have now this. Let's save it for reasons. So power is back in here. So we want to first, let's get another voxel here. We're going to do position is going to come back. Okay. And we're going to go up to 8. We're going to make it bigger. 8. Like, it's hard to gauge how wide this is. If we do half a block, and we're going to go position, well, voxel size, let's go 4. And I want this, well, how about we do 16? See what that looks like. Okay. Is that center? That's center right there. Okay, and then the height. So that, it just looks like it's not that wide right here. I mean, it kind of looks like it's 8. If you compare that line to this line, well, I mean, they're really close. If we go maybe 12 instead, and then, oh, I don't know. Let's go up to 16. Or is it higher than that? I think it's higher than that. Let's go 24. Right about there. That's the little thing right there. All right. Yes, I'm working on the PumpJack multi-block. New version of Vintage Engineering just dropped yesterday with the multi-block system. So I'm working on trying to make more. I usually want the community to do this because it takes me 10 times longer to do anything. Yeah. There are people out there that are way better at this than I am. Okay, so this is going to be motor bottom, and then we're going to copy that, and this is going to be motor top, and this position is going to be 12, because 13 would give a gap. So there's that. Because there's a different texture here and a different texture here. So those two textures, although I don't know, I don't think I have this particular texture, so I don't know what's going to go there. Okay, and then we have maybe the pipe Duvalaki in there. Let's go here. We're going to go new. We're going to back it way up. This is roughly, I would say, 4x4 or 8x8. Yeah, let's do 8x8. And 16 tall. And we need to center it. Okay, so it's 8x8, which means we need it in 4. And this is the head. This is that thing right there. Okay. Now, the fluid pipes, basically, let's base them off the head And we're just going to new voxel there. Fluid box north south. Okay, so we want to go up 8. We want to go wide 6. We want to go up 6. We want to go in 1. We want to backtrack 8. And we want to voxel size it. And we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. Right? That's that right here. Save it again. I'm doing a lot of saving. Okay, and so this one we want to go way down. And we want to go back. We need to come up. And again, we need it to be 6. 6. It looks like that is not centered. So let's back it one more. That looks better. And then we need to widen it. Like that. Fluid box east-west. And then this one we need voxel size here. There we go. Making progress. I mean, slow but steady. We haven't gotten into the textures at all. Or hiding faces. But I think... No. Well, let's see. Delete unused textures. I don't see... You know, I don't know who's maintaining this in the company. Like, I'm sure that you could probably do a PR, stuff like that. What would be really nice as a tool, right? After you get all done with your model, and you assign textures to faces that you want, right? So, for example, this voxel here, the fluid pipe, this does not need a texture on the bottom, right? It doesn't need a texture on the bottom. So why you don't need to assign that texture? You don't want it to draw. You basically want to disable it. So if you go to face, there's a enabled down here. Enabled. The feature I'm talking about is once you're all done with a model, having a tool that says disable all unmapped faces, right? All untextured faces, which would go through the whole model, and any of the faces that I have not explicitly set a texture on, just disable them. Just disable that face. I don't need it. And just automatically disable that face. That way I don't have to dilly-dally, right? I don't have to nitpick. I don't have to go through every damn voxel and do that. I can just assign the faces that I want and then let the program disable all the rest. Because texturing this thing is going to be a beast of a project. But this is essentially, right, a 5 long, 5 deep, 3 wide, and what maybe 4, possibly 5 tall, maybe. Depends on all the shenanigans we have to go here. Now the textures here, I don't know how they made these models. Whoever made this model did a really good job, especially with like the animation and stuff. I would love if the maker of that add-on mod, like, if I could track them down in some way and say, hey man, I love this model. It's one of my favorite parts. Not only that, but then you could come back later once you've unlocked it and put the lubricant system on it, and it changes the model. It adds little tubes to the model, and it actually looks legit, like it's like you got a little lubrication thing going. It's so good. I always really admire elegant like design, and it was just so good. There's no real switch like component that we have. I would have to invent one, but in the off chance that I do invent one, I probably want to put that panel on the back. But yeah. Okay. So, and again, the first version of this, the collision box, was going to be huge. So it's going to be nasty. I don't know how to do the collision box thing. I really hope Blue Lightning pops out of his gopher hole and is like, hey, I could just pop that collision box magic, because it's magic. He's like, yeah, you just define the collision box for the whole thing, and then you just subdivide it for each block space. I'm like, oh man, that sounds like crazy intersection matrix math. Anyway, so the supports, I do have treated wood. I do have the treated wood planks and stuff. None of that is plugged in yet. I don't have any of that stuff plugged in. So yeah, it's going to be liquid multi-blocks. I've got a bunch of textures in here. And again, none of this is final. I want to emphasize that. If somebody out there, because here's all, like, I just took a texture pack for immersive engineering, and I just was like, I need some textures. I'm not a texture person, right? So there's actually like textures in here. I don't know why I have these in here twice. I guess there's cool, like, gritty alternate textures, which is kind of cool, but like, if you're a texture artist, or if you're an artist in general, I would relish and welcome help. Okay, so the brushed pipe texture here, that might be a little tough. Where textures, block, fluid, those are all actual fluids. Those aren't blocks. Okay. Metal. Nope. Multi-blocks. I mean, these are the textures of the multi-blocks themselves. So we've got those. But it's a giant UV unwrap texture, which is what I'm trying to avoid. The arc, I mean, to be fair, the entirety of the arc furnace texture, which is a huge complex block, by the way, is 256 by 256. Right? That's 16 textures worth of voxel space for that machine. But look at the complexity of this. Right? That's not bad. I'll have to say that's not bad. They did a phenomenally good job packing these textures in here. Like, this is really well done. The PumpJack isn't in here because it's an add-on mod. But here's like multi-block components. So yeah, the texture pack I got was the pure BD craft, which is why you get all the pentagons in here. Are those pentagons or yeah, 5 sides? 5 sides is pentagon. So it's like, yeah, it is what it is. I would love some help with this, but here's the diesel generator. So this like brushed metal and stuff like this, cool, but not really realistic. So I'm more inclined to, here's the coke oven. Why you needed a giant texture for this, I don't know, but anyway, I would like let's see if there is maybe the fluid pipe. I'll just drag this over here, right? I'm just looking at all of the textures. This is that texture pack. So it's just like texture pack. Yeah, and they've got like, there's the fluid pipe. So there's like the brushed texture right here. What size? See, this is 64 by 64. So what I could do, let's grab let me grab this in Photoshop. Okay, so this God, how do we want to do this? What we could do is we could split this off right there, right there. Okay, there we go. So if we do like a marquee and we grab this, okay, make sure that's there, and we copy and paste. Oh, no, don't paste. Copy, new, clipboard, paste. Okay, so there's one texture. And then we're going to save. Right? Not PNG or JPEG. We're going to save a nice clean PNG. JPEG is so 90s. We live in the land of bandwidth now. We don't need compressed textures. The most annoying new one, has anybody come across a WebP file yet? Those are ultra annoying.
Frustrating. Yes.
Those are like, why did PNG does all that we want? Why do we need a WebP? What is that? What is WebP? Just frustrating. Okay, so we want vintage engineering, mod, assets, vintage, textures, block, multi-blocks. This might be a little cluttered. It's got a lot of stuff in it, but what would be a good name for this? End cap. How about that? Okay. Nope. And then we want to marquee that and then copy this side. And copy new clipboard, paste. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to edit this even more. I don't need like this side. If we split it down the middle here, this texture I think is just this texture pushed up, right, and wrapped. So this light color here is this light color here. All he did was take this and move it up. So that's fine. And so let's save it. PNG. Save. This is going to be fluid. Let's do in MB fluid. So like inside the multi-block, right? If we have fluid inside the multi-block, okay, close that. This one I don't think we'll need. This one over here, like again, I don't think I'll need it. It would be nice to have this part. Might as well. Might as well. I have it open. It's really good. It's ready to go. So might as well. So we're gonna, if I can see my fingers, copy again, new clipboard, paste. This keyboard that I got, there's something about it that just my fingers cannot. It's almost like it's a little smaller than my last keyboard, and that was enough to make my brain just reject it wholeheartedly. Okay, so we're gonna save this, right? And this will be somewhere in here. In MB fluid. Corner. I don't know. Whatever. Just miscellaneous. Okay. We can close that. This I don't think we need. And what looked like a duplicate texture. Let's go back to textures. Multi-blocks. We have this end cap and this here. Although I do like the end cap has the rivets. That's kind of cool. This is a much cleaner texture. It's much bigger, but is that really? I mean, it's not. It's just this. When this blows up the size of the image, it kind of scrambles the pixels a little bit. So, yeah. Anyway, let's see what else. What other shenanigans can we get up to here? I'm sure there's a bunch of little bits and pieces that we could like pick and like carry on birds. We're just picking away at it. Yeah, the excavator. That's a big texture. Well, I mean, it's 256. It's still 256 by 256, so that's not bad. What really surprised me is this arc furnace. Like, that thing is nuts how packed that texture is. Like, that's really efficient UV work. Really, really good. I mean, the diesel generator, we have a lot of these textures already. A lot of those are done. Right. I know we have that one. I'm pretty sure we have these. I'm not sure about that. These are bigger than a block, so I don't know how useful that'll be. I'm quite confident we have that. There's a bunch of these little bits and pieces. A lot of this other detail you can do with instead of doing it in the texture, you could do it in the actual voxels. Because I would not think that players in the game would have more than one. Well, I mean, this is a diesel generator, but would have more than one, say, a big arc smelter, right? So you can make the model quite complex and not run into problems. So, but getting back to this, how do we want? Let's get our reference image back up. Let me move this away again. The other thing we're going to want is to pull some of these colors. Nope. Right? Just all it is a color, right? There's no detail in it because when this thing stretches, it's going to look like crap if you have other shaded pixels in here, right? So this is going to be, we're going to save this. It's going to be really tiny because of it's one color. It's just one color. So this is going to be gunmetal gray. Okay, we're going to come in here. Oh, that's the wrong UI. We're going to come in here and say, all right, what maybe something like this. Right, a little bit lighter. Light gray. And then I don't know. Not quite black, but save. Dark gray. All right. Nope. Just some flat colors for the for the stretchy bits. And I think we're probably going to want one for the treated wood. Maybe. I don't know. Part of me wants to change the treated wood supports here to metal, because realistically, the weight of this thing on the top, you would not have wood on the bottom here. It would snap these like a twig. So yeah, I think I'm gonna change. The one change I'm gonna make is the supports will be metal, but I need to use the bathroom really quick, so I'm gonna be right back.
Right back.
All right. So, here we go. Yeah, I think it would be better. I think it's best to change these to metal supports, because realistically, like, this would weigh a lot. Plus, you have the downforce, you have resistance, you all the things, right? It's important. So let's see. We need the power connection on here somewhere. Part of me wants to raise it up high. Yeah. So let's see That would be this one here. We're going to copy and move this out. And we're going to do power base. And we're going to shuffle it up. We're going to shrink it. Maybe like that. And then we're gonna shrink it down to copy. And when you make here's a hint. Here's a tip. When you're working on a model, I know it's tedious. Always name your components, right? Always back over here, right? Always name your components. Don't add voxels and blah 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 and just get into a place and then it's finally like, okay, now I don't even know like what I'm looking at, right? If I'm looking at a voxel and I'm like, I need to change the texture on this voxel, well, how does that right? If you don't name and organize from the start, it becomes much harder, like much harder to do. So just do it from the start. Trust me. So we want to position this up, shrink it down, and make it that looks like schnitzel. This has to be flush with the back. Okay. We want to raise it up. I want to raise it up one voxel there. Is that 2 voxels? And then this needs to be Okay. Save. Save often. Save early and save often. God, I hate this. Okay, so I want new voxel. This is going to be detail. Okay. And one of the things I wish you could do is create a transform here that isn't a voxel. That's just like a category. Like, here's all the detail. But all of the XYZ offsets, right? All the positions and stuff are all based off of this. Right? So if I move let's say if I move this detail over here, what I was trying to do, what I wanted to do is create a little detail of like copper coming off and into this motor setup here, right? So this is the power. I want it to come off of there, come down and over to here. Just a little like strip, right? Just something to kind of indicate, hey, there's wires coming out of this or something like that, right? But if I take this detail and I move it over there and I build it over there and then I make all the other detail in the model based off of that detail, all of the transforms are going to be origined over here, not over here, over here. So if I have a detail set up over here somewhere, that's going to be a massive offset from this position over to here. So it would be nice to be able to just say, hey, the detail is over here, but I think, yeah, in the end, it really doesn't matter, but whatever. I do want to grab a good copper color. I don't know. What do you think? Lighter or darker? Light. There's the dark. There's the light. I think I don't know. This color might be good. Is that too dark for a copper? I'll go with a slightly lighter version here. Save. Block. Copper flat. Minimize that. So, detail wire 1. I want to set this position like 40. Get us in the neighborhood. I don't want to click this button 50 times. The gizmo would be very handy in this situation, right? Having a gizmo would be just so nice. That way you just click and drag it on a thing and just it would just work. Okay. So let's backtrack this. Let's push this up. Ooh, boy, my perspective was way off. Put that back. We're gonna move this up. Go back one more. There you go. Now I can see it. Now we're gonna. Ooh. move it up. Okay, and we're going to do copy and paste there. We're going to base the next wire. And we're going to back this up here. Okay. I mean, yeah, I could do diagonal. I could. It's a lot harder to do diagonal though. 8 rotation. You end up with little gaps like this. 11.5. Goodness gracious. Somebody has a mousey. Why? She just keeps it out of reach, right? So I have to get out of my goddamn chair to get it, and it's just that far away. It's so annoying. Okay. So yeah, getting this like to match up precisely is really tough. If I instead, I think, let's get this back. If I bump position origin, no, that's the wrong way. 7.5. Oh, no. Position is 8. Origin 8.5. Yes. And then I bring it back. But I did the thing. I did the thing right here. Let's do position 8.5. 8.25. Voxel size 0.75. I mean, it's close. It's very close, but not perfect. It might be close enough for now. So I'm going to copy this. I don't want to copy this one because the origin, all the numbers and all the thingies are just way off. So I don't want to copy that one. We're going to shrink this down. We're going to expand this out. And now we're going to try to position this. Wait. No, I don't want that. Okay. Let's try this again. There. And she did it again. Way far away. Jesus Christ. I'm sitting here and she drops it 10 feet away. Like, bring it to the chair. Like, this is we've done this before. This is not a new process. Okay, so I need to likely bump this back. And then in, and then out another one. If it's in there a little bit, that's fine. Okay. And again, there are people out there that are way better at this shit than I am. So I'm just putting that out there. 0.5. 0.5. Make this a little bit thicker than this one, so that way you don't have Z fighting on the textures. Okay. Now, the thing I'm not sure about that I don't really have a lot of experience with, or really any experience with, is the animation, right? So I don't know if you can do like bone-based animation, where if I set this thing up and then set up this thing and set up this and set up this, how all of that works together, right? If it's going to be like a super complex animation, I don't know. But the design basically is the flat state, like the default state is if the top is horizontal, like straight up and like straight across, I think that the weight in the back would have to be horizontal, which wouldn't be the resting state. So the resting state off would be the weights like down, which would make the head up, right? Because the way that these work is the motor drives this thing, right, and spins these. These are basically giant weights, right? Giant counterweights. And this thing is connected to those, in that as it goes up, you can see the and I'm sure all this shit has names. I'm sure, right? We name everything. So I'm sure all these little components have names. I'm just not in the oil field, so I don't know what all these are called. But when it's way up, right, the most unstable, like most potential energy of the weights when they're up on the top of their apogee, the head is all the way down for the pump, because the pump action is the action of pumping it up, right? You've got this giant piston that's basically pumping the stuff up, while the top, once that thing swings down, the pump, that's where the weight is needed, because you're literally heaving, pretty heavy fluid in a lot of cases. You're having to heave it a mile up in the air, because the drills that these things operate, or the pipelines, they go way underground. Like, I can't even imagine how deep they go these days. But there's some deep wells, especially in this area. There's some deep wells. They go a mile down, and then they go like a mile in every direction, right? This is where the fracking comes from, but crazy wells. So if we have this default, when they swing all the way down, when those counterweights are on the very bottom in their basically resting mode, right? There's no potential energy in the weight because they're the lowest they can get. The wellhead is all the way up, right? So this was I mean, it was again, this was pretty well designed. They did a really, really good job on this. So, I left, see the gaps here and here? I left space for the weights themselves to come in here. So we have, is that off by a voxel? That might be off by a voxel. Motor top, no. This was power top. No, it's 16 wide. Okay. I just thought that looked off. Might be my perspective. Okay. So how about the supports? What are we going to do about those? Again, we're going to change. We're not going to use wood. This thing would weigh the amount of like downward pressure while you're pumping would be unbelievable. Like all the pressure of the fluid that you're pulling up, all of that pressure would be sitting on those supports. I don't know. I'm randomly curious. Let's see. Oil pump jack. Images. So, I mean, there's one. That's kind of a janky looking one. Yeah, Cat. The thing is 20 feet away from me. I'm not. Oh, there's a. So I just did a search for oil pump jack, which is where all these images are coming from. There's actually an image of a Factorio oil setup in here. Oh, that's awesome. So there's a good model of one, right? So, oh, yeah, there she is. The lap goblin has returned. The whole like cool, graceful curves here to keep this thing straight up and down. That's the whole point, is to keep this thing vertical. So you can see the weight, the counterweight here swings around and around. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to be able to do curves, but we can't do curves, obviously. But whoa, God, I hate when I do that. Cat, are you going to lay down or are you just going to stand there? Huh? And the purrs start. Yep, there are the purrs. Aggressive purrs. Yeah, you're an aggressive purrs. Okay. So, I think the thing here. We want to go up 8. We want to position 4, 7, 8. Yeah, this is, oh, that's way too thick. Way too thick. Okay. Much better. Okay. Now we have like 40. Like, whoa. What just happened? Oh, you can use the mouse wheel in here? Well, shit, I didn't know that. That would have been nice to know, like, a long time ago. Okay, so let's go back 8. And then in maybe right. Well, there. And then this is going to be support west. Support front west. And then copy. And then this is going to be are those too far apart? Those feel too far apart to me. I think this needs to go that way. Because this is essentially, what is this one? It's 2 voxels wide. It starts at -4, so that would be -2. So it's 2 voxels away, or it should be 2 voxels away. Later, Oz, yeah, get better. That's an order. I might want to do this and just line these up with the edge of the voxel like that. All right, let's get the actual horizontal support. Well, let's save it. There's reasons. New. And we're going to do, we're going to go, how wide do you think this is? Probably 2 voxels. Maybe 3. Let's 4. It's a beefy guy. That's a beefy one. So we want to then do like 12 wide. So position is 2. We're going to do 3 tall. Okay. Well, it'd be nice to have as like a reference. Like this, we have 1 block reference here. What I need is like many. So we're gonna copy this. We're gonna push it to here. We're gonna do reference here. Right. So there's there's a reference block, right? So now I need another one of those married to that one and then offset up. And then do that again. Offset. There's 3. So that's 3 blocks high. Right? And then if I do one more and then bring it up. Oh, the scroll wheel. I don't know when they added the scroll wheel shenanigans, but I am very glad they did. Makes that so much easier. Oh my god. Okay, so I want this to literally be in the center of this block space here, which might be tough. Because, yeah, my brain, I'm already a little squeezed. This is 3. Should we do 2 instead? Because 2, head support, head pivot. Yeah, let's do 2. It looks a little thin and janky. Yeah, it looks a little thin, but centered on this voxel, right? If we have 2 voxels, well, no, it can't be centered. It has to be basically on the bottom of this. Yeah, it would have to be on the bottom of this. So we're going to take this reference 4, and we're going to shuffle it this way. Right? So that is right, the 32, 48, this is right there. So this thing literally has to be on the bottom of this. So let's bring this down. That's there. So we want 2 down from there. Right? And then this one, I think that right there is the dead center. Right? Because the head pivot is transformed from the root, which is the top corner, or that should be the bottom corner of this voxel down here. So that is 7 in, and then it's 7 and then 8. Yeah, this is 7 and then 8. 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, this should be right dead center in that. Okay. I wish I could like lock this in place. Just like do not move, right? What is this? Element properties. Oh, okay. Render pass. Step parent. I have no idea what any of that does. Okay. So then we want the supports to point into that in some way, shape, or form. Now we could make this thicker. I think we might have to. So we're gonna pull it back 1. We're gonna pull it down 1, 2. We're gonna go 4, 4. Right? It's still in the center, but it's thicker, meaning our supports can like go into it without doing too much shenanigans. Okay, so I'm just looking at, let's see, reference images here. Here's another one. Can we get, I want big juicy images. Give me big juicy images of these things. I mean, they sort of bend in. There's no crossbar on a lot of these. Oh my God! Can we minimize the pop-ups, please? For the love of all that's holy. So I was looking at this here. You can see these things combine, and the pivot is there's no crossbar, or not a really discernible one. So if we do that instead, I think we're going to still want something up here, because we need something for the ends of these to go into so it doesn't look completely horrible. But we also need it to be as thick as the cross, which I think is going to be 4 voxels. So if we then instead go, the thickness of this is going to be 4 voxels, then we need to position it 1, 2, 3, 4, right dead center. And now, God help me, I need to rotate. I need to rotate these and try to get them into that. Like, oh man, this is gonna be tough. Support. I'm gonna before I do any shenanigans, I'm gonna copy this. Move it up to here. This is going to be support rear center. And then we're going to position this like so. Because again, I'm looking at this. Okay. There's one, it may be thicker, so we can make this thicker. So if we go 4, position back. And then we want, let's position it a little further back like this. Okay. This one will be a little bit easier. So the origin here, we're going to have that in the center. And then in the center here. And we need to rotate it on the x axis. Can I do less than, can I do 18? I can put different numbers in here. 15? 14. Okay. And then what I want, because this you're going to get Z fighting in here, I'm going to take the pivot and we're going to drop it back 5.9, and we're going to make it 4.2, which is going to make it ever so thicker than that support, which should prevent any Z fighting. Okay, now for the we're going to center that. We're going to center that. And let's bend it back. Okay. Let's try 18. And then we're going to need Oh, Lord. Minus 8. Minus 12. Minus 10. Give us a little bit more length. Giggity. Maybe 19, 20. $11. I mean, that is as damn perfect as I can probably get it. So, what are the odds I'll be able to do that same thing with this side? First, let's do the origin. Center. Okay. So this is 20.5. So this is going to be negative 20.5. Ooh. Okay. That didn't work. 20.5. That's good to know. And this is minus 11. So is this going to be plus? Yeah, this is going to be plus. No, come on now. Plus 11. And this is just give me an extra bump there. I mean, that is pretty damn good. I think I might want to do a like just a 0.1. Oh. Oh my God. That's a beautiful sight right there. Just clean beauty. Okay. So now the ref blocks I'll delete, no problem. So now we want the top, right? We need the top thingy. So this is going to be pump head. Pump head. I don't know what. How about like names of oil pump jack components? Ooh. Yeah, there we go. I knew there was going to be a name. Open image and new tab. Oh my Windows, God help me. Look at that. Walking beam, equalizer bearing, saddle bearing, Samson post, crank, gears, all the things. Horse head. Wire line, polished rod hanger. I approve of all these names. These are all good names. Okay. So this is going to be walking beam. Glorious. People are going to look at this shape and go, walking beam? What? But they should respect the accuracy of my stuff. Okay, we want 4 wide. 4 wide. We're going to go way up. We're going to go down to 48. There we go. We're going to be in the center. Okay. This is going to be right. And then size is going to be mini. I basically, it looks like it's 1, 2, 3 blocks. 3 blocks, 1648. And then thick, we want maybe 6. I don't think I want a full half block, right? This seems a little on the small side. So let's look at this again. Yeah, I need this. We're going to dial this back. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need like grid lines or something. I don't think that's lined up properly. I don't know. Something is off about the head. Head. Box size 8 by 8. Position is 4. Minus 30. This is wrong. This needs to be 2 in. Like that. Okay. There. And then this. $20. That looks right. And there. Okay. Progress. This is 2 hours in, by the way. Imagine how much code I could have written by now. Okay. So now we have the walking beam. We're going to copy this. We're going to base it off of that. This is going to be horse head. Believe it or not, that's what it's called. And we're going to walk this back. We're going to offset it back. We're going to drop it. We're going to increase this. Let's drop it a little bit more. Okay. And I want this to basically center the center of this thing. Let's do let's see. It's so hard to gauge. What is the head? It is 8x8. Um, just for funsies, I'm gonna do this. I want to make sure. Yeah, there we go. Let's go horse head. There we go. Okay. There's gonna be a little bit like I can't do like the whole like wire is wrapping around the head because you can see this right as it lifts up. This wire kind of bends around the head to keep the actual wire straight up and down. The pump right. So as the pump goes up, the wire sort of wraps around that curve and it keeps the wire like straight up and down. Like obviously we can't do that graceful curve in a voxel game, so we're gonna have to make do. So yeah, we're just gonna wow, okay. Copy T1. Copy. It's weird. Up, right? I'm mouse wheeling up and it's going down. It seems like an oversight. Okay. I don't know how to do the center. Like, how do you stretch? Can a voxel stretch and get bigger and smaller in an animation? I don't know. Hey, thanks, man. KV. A lot of work has gone into the mod, so I'm really glad that people are enjoying it. It's a lot of time. A lot of time. Okay. So walking beam, horse head, all of these are derived from the horse head, so okay. Now okay. The new voxel is going to be based off the horse head. And then position, we're going to go all the way down. And in fact, I need this to be like 0.75. Is that in the that is not in the center. That's in the center. Okay, and then now the cheeky thing to do would be to do this. But I don't know like how far up it's going to go. So we'll leave it. We'll leave it there for now, and just maybe it'll work, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. So, now this cube is going to be called wireline. Believe it or not, this actually has a name. Saddle bearing. Equalizer Pitman. Equalizer Pitman. That's the name of the bar? What? This bar, right? Equalizer Pitman. Counterbalance weights, that's a thing. And then the crank is the weights, the crossbar or the supports is the crank. Then you have the weights connected to the equalizer Pitman. I don't. Spring plate, equalizer bearing. I don't know, like, this is even better. Pitman banjo. Pitman banjo. Awesome. You know, you didn't know that you were going to learn something today coming to the stream, but shit. Well, you know, I'm here to teach. We're learning something today. The components of a pump jack. So, first things first, let's get the crank going. Now, how do we want to animate? How are we going to animate this? Like, first of all, I think we're going to need the walking beam origin. Right, this is going to need to be centered right here, as well as centered in here. Because when we rotate this, when the animation happens, I want it to rotate around that axis, right? Around that is it axis? Around that axis. It's one axis, the red axis. Which is essentially the x-axis. So that I want that to tilt back and forth. Now, what happens when we actually tilt it? What is this? Oh shit! Yeah. Okay. The wire line then needs to not be in there, right? Because we can tilt. Oh no. Walking beam. So when we tilt this, right, the head goes with. That's important, right? This is quality content right here. Yeah. Okay. I had a doctor's appointment yesterday or Thursday, and he assured me that my cough would disappear within a month. He's like, if it's more than a month, then we're going to have to, reevaluate. But anyway. So, now we have the crank. But But yeah, there was, something going around. He's like, yeah, there's different things, probably viral. He goes, it can take anywhere from 1 to 3 months for a cough to go away. And he goes, the weather, the dryness of the weather, all makes it worse. So yeah, fun times. So now I'm just like, the animation of this is going to be really tricky. Really tricky. Okay, so let's just start it, right? I'm procrastinating here. I just need to start the damn thing, and then we can work on it. Crank left. And we want this to be like, let's say three voxels thick. 3 voxels thick. No, 2 voxels thick. We're going to bring it in 2 voxels. We have to bring it back, way back. Oh, that's down. That's not what I wanted. But we need to bring it up. And then back. $28. I need it to be in multiples of 4. I can't. Or I mean, it needs to be base 2 to fit. Well. Let's do, instead of that, let's go 1 in there. That looks centered. That looks centered, doesn't it? I mean, it very much looks centered. So I'm control clicking, by the way, to select the voxels. So if I want this voxel, I just control click and it selects it. So that's just a shorthand for that. So we want this to be longer. Well, no, we want this to be like that. And again, we need the origin like that. Because when we rotate this, we need this to rotate around that space, right? So that's crank left. Let's copy crank right. We're just going to offset this one in like that. Okay. Now the weights are basically connected to each of those sides. So if we go crank left, copy, here, we want to go down, up, I've messed up. 20, 42. So we're gonna set it back to we're gonna thicken it up because it is a weight after all. Is that too much? Does that look too ugly? Well, we could How about we do there, and then there, copy. We're going to bring it in. Okay. And just to verify, well, I'll probably make this a little thinner, to be fair. Make sure it's not hitting. Nice and clean. Okay. Should we... Okay. I'm going to copy. Well, that's not fucking bad, if I do say so myself. Texturing this is going to be a nightmare. Hiding all of the again, highly requested feature of mine, automatically hide null faces. Just automatically do it. If there's a way to do it already, then let me know if somebody's familiar with it, because I would love to be able to just texture the faces I want and just automatically hide all the faces that don't have a texture. If they have a null face, right? If they have a null texture on their face, just hide it. Or disable it, or whatever JSON you have to do. It's kind of straightforward. I probably could just open it in VS Code and just delete the faces that have a null entry, but whatever. So the crank L, what I want to do, I'm going to delete crank R, and I'm just going to literally copy all of crank L. Boink. And then all of these are going to be crank R. R1. Wait, L. Yeah. L2. R2. R3. R4. R5. And then R6. And then this will be position 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 5. Yeah. And then all of these are going to be shifted to 1. Am I shifting them? Yeah, I think I shifted that the wrong way. Do R1 there. R2 there. Now we're getting it. R3, good. R4 is good. R5, good. Okay. And then I'm going to base crank R. Okay, I'm going to base crank R off of crank L. So if we transform crank L, it should transform both. Yeah. Okay. Now the sweet, sweet equalizer pitman. How the hell are we going to do this? How are we going to animate this? This is going to be nuts. Because this has 2 pivots. Right? It's a fixed length. That we don't have to worry about. Right? But it's got 2 pivots. It's got a pivot up here where it connects, and then a pivot down here. So as this rotates around, both of them change. I really don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. It might be... That might be some shenanigans there. Yeah, that might be not ideal. So this connection is going to be on the outside of this, which means we're probably going to need some sort of bearing here. It's called an equalizer bearing. So yeah, we're going to need something up here. So let's go back up to the walking beam. We're going to copy, no, undo. We're going to do a new voxel. This is going to be the equalizer bearing. Now, the screenshot here shows it in the middle of the beam. the little diagram that I have, as well as, ooh, that's bright. Oh, Jesus. I mean, there's a lot of these that the bearing is on the bottom, right? Dun dun dun. Yeah, so I think we're going to put this on the bottom. And I'm going to, holy Moses, that was really bright. So the equalizer bearing, we are going to drop this down. We're going to probably move it in 1. We're going to have it drop down 2, actually. Let's make this 2. And then ideally we're going to need this offset back 1 and then out 1 like that. Okay. Now that's the equalizer bearing. And it's part of the walking beam, which should, again, move the walking... It should rotate around properly, right? So we have that ready to go. But how to connect the pit... It's called the Pitman. I didn't name these things. They didn't ask me. But it's the bar that goes from basically the center here to the center here. I don't know how we're going to animate this. This is going to be tough, right? Because where do you see, the length is going to have to change. Well, let's just put it in. So I base it. Let's just make sure this is in the center. This does not look like it's in the center of this block. Position. $49. Let's get our ref block. Ref block 4. And we are going to offset this. Okay. Basically, we have let's just verify this block is indeed in the right spot. I really need to put some textures in here. That would really help. Come on. Scroll wheel. There you go. Okay. That is indeed right on that corner. So 16, 32, 48. Okay. So this, I tried to put this in the center, like basically saddle over the center of these two blocks. It looks like it's a little off. What I should make is just a quick texture for this. But just like a grid, a 16 by 16 grid of lines. But the problem is the grid, the lines would be like not like, where do you put the line? Do you put the line on the voxel or after the voxel? Well, then if it's after the voxel, then the next voxel has only one. Like, it has a black line and then a white, and that's the voxel. So I think the better way to do it would be, if we're going to have reference blocks, we're going to do a new, and like, is there, let's do N or B pencil 2. Okay. And then let's do black and white, and we can do like this, right? And then well, let's do marquee. No, marquee. Here. And then if I can remember my layers. Wow. Oh my God. Go away. There it is. I knew I was going to remember it. And the reason why it's 2 voxels is or 2 pixels. Each voxel in the game is 2 pixels, right? So you have 16, things going across. That just makes it that much better. Let's actually make this 4. And let's make sure we're not, okay. I want to make sure we're not like doing crazy amount of layers. So there, and there, and there. Right? A nice checkerboard interference pattern. And then let's save it. PNG, save, block, reference. Close, no, open, go to here, face. This would be the, image, import, textures, block, reference, here, apply, copy, Control-Alt-Shift-Paste. There we go. That is a nice little reference. So if we take that then and we say we're going to pull it in, I just want to like really make sure this is good to go, because it's kind of important to get this right. I only want to do this once. So we're going to bring it down to 32. We're going to bring it in 16. Okay, so you can see it actually is 1, 2, 3, 4 voxels in this block, but it's not 4 voxels out of this side. So the actual problem is this thing, which is power base. Nope, that's not it. Motor. There's only 12. One, two, three, 4. Why? Wait. reference for base. Oh, I'm an idiot. It was only using copy, paste. Well, fine. 32, 32. I was like, why is there not enough? Why is there not as many squares as I thought there would be? Okay. So what we did here is we only have this thing 12 wide, which means it needs to be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this thing is 2 voxels too far motor, because it is like, it's obviously 12 voxels wide, but we need to bring it in 2 voxels here. So it's 6, which means the crank is 2 voxels there, which puts it right to the edge of the block, which is kind of perfect. And so this, if we want this to saddle these 2 blocks as well, we need to go back up to the walking beam, which is in here somewhere. There it is. Okay. So this, since we have the origin here now, I don't know what this is going to do. Oh, good. We want this to saddle that. Do we want it right at the end? Let me look at the thing, and the thing, and maybe the thing. I mean, we could have it hang over a little bit. Doesn't need to hang over a lot. Like maybe 2 voxels. Okay. And then the equalizer bearing needs to go back like that. There we go. Now everything is properly positioned. And let's move the ref out for now. Okay. So, how do we want to do? I think we want to base the pitman off the bearing. So, if we do a voxel off the bearing, if we do pitman left, and we go, this thing is going to be wait, what? No, I don't want that. What? Image, close, clear. Thank you. Now, if we go, we need to go outside 1, right? And I actually need this to flip around. I don't really want to mess with that though. Maybe not base it off the equalizer bearing. Let's instead base it off of the crank. Pitman. So then we need to bring it down. And in. Try to maybe center it ish. And then we need to bring it up. And now let's bring it down. Why does it feel like it's not straight up and down? It's just the perspective that I've got. Okay. So let's center it. Position -1 minus or 2. We want to do 1.5 like that. This position origin, right? So if we rotate it around X, right, it's going to rotate it like that, right? I don't know if you can scale it in an animation. Oh man, I don't know. If worse comes to worse, what we're gonna have to do, if an animation can't stretch a voxel in an animation, because that might be pushing our luck, what we will end up doing is creating 2 voxels, right, that go into one another. And then the animation will rotate them or something, but the one voxel will translate over the other one, and it'll look like it's stretching, but it won't really, because they'll be like one inside of the other. Like imagine this is about half the, like maybe a little less than or a little more than half the distance, and then there's a second one connected to here that's, married to this one, so it's translated exactly the same, only that one just moves up and down, right? It just stretches, or it translates up and down. It's a kind of a way to cheese it a little bit. So we're going to do 23.5 like that. Okay. And then we're going to do copy that, and we're going to go Pitman right. And then this one, we're going to make sure. Is that on the outside? That is, right? Oh my God. Yeah. So then this needs to go there. And there it is. Literally, there it is. I've got my reference blocks in there still, which is fine, but anyway. It's obviously it's not animated. It's not textured, but let's now do the thing. And I appreciate everybody stopping by. If you have any questions, anything regarding modding, anything regarding code, anything like that, let me know. I'm more than happy to help. And if you do me a favor and hit the like button, it'd be nice. It would be just nice. I don't get a lot of those, so whatever. Do it, don't do it. It's up to you. So the reference blocks, I think I can just delete these. Right, I don't need those anymore. Okay, so now what we have this. Now let's think about textures, right? Now let's think about textures. What are we going to do for textures? I think I want to tweak a little bit on the power base here. I don't like this as 16. We're going to go maybe 12. Right? Make that a little bit better. Okay, so let's pop out. Well, there's some other little details that we could do here, right? There's a little bit that we want to do. And let's see if we can't do this in a way that doesn't drive me completely insane. So again, the thing about vintage story is you want detail to be in the shape, not the texture. This is why we created like really bland textures. So like take the, if we're looking at this, right, you got all this detail in this texture. Well, the problem with this is on a texture or on a shape like this, the texture, if you try to use one texture, it's going to stretch and look unwhole. It's going to look so ugly, right? So you want to be like, all right, well, what do we do then? Well, you want the detail to be in the shape. So rather than have like a really intricate texture making detail, you can actually make detail in a shape. So let's actually do the walking beam and do the face, right? Obviously, we're going to have the face of this not stretched that big. Um, 6 and 6. So like the west face here, image, import, blah, 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 blah. We're going to want we have dark iron. Where did my ones go? What did I put them in multi-blocks? I bet you I did. Yep. Gunmetal gray. Apply. Ooh, that might be a little too dark. Image. Import. Light. Either that or it's just in shadow. Apply. Copy and paste. And then this is going to be 32. 32. Okay. As you can see, it applied it to the whole entire thing. When I clicked paste, it did the whole tree. So you're like, oh, that looks bland and boring, and it's like, yes, it does. And this is why we grab and we use more shapes to pull out a little bit of detail. So I'm going to pull out some detail. Why? Clear and clear. Thank you. So walking beam, we're going to do detail left. And we're going to pull this out. 1. We're going to stretch it all the way down. And 1 might be pushing it, like we probably don't need a full, so we can go voxel size 0.5, right? And then position we go 1.5. Oh, we go 0.5 like that. And then we do the same thing here, 0.5. Make sure the origin is always on the voxel, otherwise you can run into problems. And then we can pull that and say this is going to be 32. This is going to be 32. $32. Okay. And then east, I don't actually need the east face. So east, we're just going to disable the east face. West, we're going to say is maybe the darker version. And then copy and then paste. And then unselect. And there's a little bit of detail. Right? And then we can say detail left. We're going to maybe increase this size 0.5. I'm going to copy this and we're going to raise it up 4.5. Okay. And because it's on this walking beam node, this still, when this rotates, it's still going to move this stuff around. So this is good to go. And then the rivets, we can do the rivets detail left. We want a new voxel. We want this to be 0.25. We want this to be 0.5. And this to be 0.5. And the position is going to be 0.5 or 2.5. Yeah, maybe 0.5. Yeah. Okay. And then we're going to just 1. But then we need to pull it out. Like that. We want to make sure. Yeah, it's it's a little off. There we go. And then the faces, again, we're going to clear those because whatever. And this is a tiny voxel. So it's like the face image import. We want a really bright, like a really bright color. So block. There's a shiny iron in here somewhere. There it is. Apply. Paste. What? Oh. Undo. Clear. Image. Shiny iron. Apply. Copy. Paste. There we go. And let's deselect that. So there is a tiny little rivet, right? And so then we can do rivet left B1. And this is where, or this is why when people say, hey, if they wanted to contribute to the mod, like with shapes and stuff, this is why, like I say, don't just do it. Talk to me first. Because there's technical limitations that I want to implement. One of which is not having a giant UV texture for this whole entire thing. Right? I want to be able to try to reuse a lot of this stuff as much as I can. So I just realized what I could do here is I could have this 0.5 thicker. And then we would do like that. Or or just have it end like that. Prevent the Z fighting by increasing that a little bit. And that'll give me a ridge on the top as well, right? So I got a little ridge. If I clear that out, you can see there's a little ridge on the top. And what are we Z fighting over here? We're Z fighting. Ooh. Why are we Z fighting that right there? If I let's detail 2. If I do negative 0.1 and then 0.2 like that, will that get rid of the Z fighting? It looks like it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the shape is a little off on this side. It's hard to tell now that it's all shaded without any detail. Okay, so the rivets, what I wanted to do here is do the rivets and say, all right, let's copy, and then we're going to offset it. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. I want to do this. 2, 3, 4. Copy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Copy. No, I almost did it again. Oh. There we go. That is a bunch of detail that didn't exist before. So what I want to do then is take this one, delete it, copy this one, and unfortunately, it's going to take L, right? They're all going to be L's, LBs, which should be LT. And we're going to bring it up to 4.5. We're going to bring it to 1.75. No, we're going to definitely have 2. And we're going to have 1.5 thick. We're going to bring it to 54.9. And then, 55.2. Position is going to be negative 0.1. Right? Just to try to eliminate potential for Z fighting. Right? So there is more detail. And granted, it's massive. Like it's a massive increase on number of voxels. But, right, it's just it's detail in the shape, not the texture, which is what I think is important. It separates Vintage Story from every other voxel game. You can have a pretty decent amount of detail in your models, because the tessellation, the engine that he built, the tessellation engine, is really, really efficient. Like when you place a block or you place a machine or something like this in the world, what the game does is it takes the chunk that it's in, and it the shape of what you just place becomes part of the chunk, right? And so the chunk is all rendered in one pass. All of the voxels in a chunk, it's one render call, right? One draw call just basically renders the whole thing, and all of the textures are all mapped. This is why when you have a machine animate, and this may or may not become a problem, or may not be addressed by Tyrone at some point. But what happens when you have an animation, which is why if you're watching a machine and it animates, the moment it starts animating, the shape, the shadows on the shape change slightly, just enough to notice. And that's because the shape goes from rendering as part of the chunk to rendering outside of the chunk call, right? The chunk doesn't render it. The actual there's an animated renderer that runs, and once it goes animated, then that renderer takes control, and it's like the chunk then doesn't draw the shape, the animator does, and as soon as it stops animating, it swaps back. And this is where those subtle changes, when you're watching it, this is what happens. And he would have to really work on the renderer, like the animated renderer, to really match the chunk renderer in shadows and how the shadow map and stuff works. And that would be a monumental amount of work, I think. Okay, so how do we want to replicate this on the other side? I think what we're going to do is, if we do detail left 2, what I really wish you could do is like join shapes into one shape. Like all these rivets, just puts them all into technically one shape, but you can't, like the voxel engine doesn't work that way. I don't want to go too heavy with this, but I do need to replicate it for the other side. So what I'm thinking about doing is just trying to put the origin here of this basically in the middle. So if we go down like that, okay. Let's see, how do I want to do this? What I could do is just copy it and basically like try to rotate it. I don't think that would work too well though. Yeah, I'm not sure how well that would work. I could just translate all the rivets over. That would be probably the easier way to do it. So let's do detail L, copy that. And then we're going to take, since all the rivets are based on the thing anyway, which is good, we're going to take this and we're going to move it over to 4. Why is that? Oh, face east enabled. Okay, and now the rivets all have to shuffle. How much? Position just increase by 1. right? And then do the same to detail 2. Copy. Are those are oops. Well, that's they're all floating in the middle of the air. Okay. That's a oopsie. Let's do these first. And again, is this yeah, okay. Let's do face east enabled. And then these. Oh Jesus, that scared me. Nancy, welcome. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Okay, let's do that scared the shit. That scared me. Let's do position here. This might be 2. Let's make sure it's not floaty. Okay. So this one is going to be 2. All right. All right, now I need to I need to fix the originals. I'm not sure how I got that off, but each rivet here yeah, position needs to be I think 0. Or no. Minus 0.25, in fact. This is going to be fun. This is going to be really fun. Okay. This is like why, like, it just takes me so long to do stuff like this. And then detail 2, the same thing probably. Another quality of life for this little utility would be hold shift for decimals. Wait, what? Hold control to also move the rotation origin. Like what is hold shift? You can't, okay. What I was going to say is, you know, maybe since shift and control are used, maybe use alt to move it in increments of like 0.25. Because you can already move it in point ones, but you can't get any more granular than 0.1, and we're actually moving it even more granular than that. So there we go. Let's get some other textures going here just to round this out and make it look not like this. Okay. Saddle bearing here. This we can have a little bit fancier textures on this because it's so small. So like the north face. Let's look at the east face first. Image, import. La 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 la. I know I put a few things in here. Let's go to multi-blocks and this. Apply. And then you can do something like that. Okay. Copy, west, paste. And there's that side. And then north, image, apply. Just doesn't matter. Copy, south, paste. Up. Yeah, we want the up and down to be covered. Just in case the animation. Well, yeah, when the animation plays, you're going to be able to see it. Ideally, you would have it sort of in the middle and it would pivot around, but I'm not going to worry about that. All right, so then the supports. Again, these are going to be image here, apply, copy, paste, support, paste, support, paste. I could try, well, let's do this here. Cube. Rotate. Like that. Okay. And then do this one, same thing. Like that. A little bit cleaner. This. No, not 322. Now, do we want to bend this in a little bit? Or maybe set this face, which would be the south. Image. You know, if we use this, it's going to stretch those voxels, but that might look fine. Because remember, we're taking a 32-bit or 32 pixel image, which is normally a single block, and we're actually stretching it to about 2.5 blocks. That voxel is 40 tall, right? So two blocks would be 32, and we're 8 above that, so that's 2.5 blocks. So we could then do this face south, copy, paste. And that might look okay. Let's see what that looks like for this and this. And then let's take that away. I think that looks fine. It looks okay to me. Doesn't have to be perfect.
Looks good to me.
Okay. And this thing here, we can do that. I just want this. No. And then the up image import let's see. Okay. Now, if we wanted the sides, image import, cast iron, here, apply. We can basically match the tone, right? So if we copy that and we paste here and here and here and here, that'll match the tone of the top, which, is good. It's always good. Okay, now the the pipes here, let's control click that voxel. Image import. Where did I put the pipe texture? I think that's in multi-blocks. Yep, there it is. Apply. Okay, so we actually want this. like that. Okay. And then the west, well, yeah, we can copy this, go to west, paste, which paste, copy, paste. There we go. Right. And then select the same area. But rotate it. Right? You're taking the UV and you're just rotating it. So copy that, paste, again, rotate it. I might have to rotate it that way. There we go. And the bottom, it doesn't really, doesn't matter. Down, paste. Like that. I mean, you would have to go out of your way to look at the bottom of this thing. Okay, and so the south, we want to disable that face, and the north, we don't need that face. Disabling the faces is going to take me the longest. Like all the rivets and all that shit is just going to be like, oh my god. And you really want to disable the faces you don't see. You really do. Because it just improves the renderer. I have a mistake here. Let's go here. 32. Okay. Now, this, again, we have image. Oh, man. I wish I could use that, but apply. And then this one's going to be rotated. Yeah, it'd be cool if that was cool, but it is what it is. Copy. Let's do up. Paste. And then rotate. I would have to have a separate voxel inside, like maybe over the top, like a coupler or something over the top of the pipe, which would have a different texture. But again, I don't. The other thing I could do here is on the up, just pull that back like like that, and drop that down like that. I actually want I'll do that. We like if somebody wants to come in and like make this look like better, like please. So north, we're going to copy to south. I wish you could like paste, like, is there a paste? Hold shift to paste all faces. I wish there was like a control paste to paste also the UV mappings and the rotate, like all of the things, right? Paste not only the texture, but the UV and the rotation, right? Because I want it to be the same rotation as the north face. At least I think I do. Because yeah, then we need to rotate it like that. And there's the Duvalaki. There's gonna be a lot of textures in this, but that's fine. Okay, detail wire, image, import. I believe this is in the base, which is copper flat. Apply. Okay. Copy and paste. I mean, that might be too dark, but I mean, it's supposed to be just a wire. Not that you would have an exposed wire like this. It's just, whatever. What gave me the idea is the person that made and contributed the LV charger. So that charger block is phenomenal, right? It's beautiful. There's so much complexity and detail in it, almost to a fault. Like it's not optimized. Let me put it that way. The shape is not optimized, but it's beautiful. And they have these little copper contact wire. It's so cool. It's a great aesthetic. I love that aesthetic. All right, now this north is 32, east 32, south 32, west 32, and then north image dark, maybe. Copy, paste, and select. I mean, it's coming together. It's only taken us 3.5 hours so far, right? We've come a long way. 3.5 hours. Oh, 3.5 hours, Jesus. Okay, so let's do some base things and stuff. So the base center top image import wood planks treated band. Well, where are the other? There it is. Treated wood. Open. This one, apply. And it's going to be the whole voxel. And then copy up, paste like that to. I wonder if I set the resolution wrong when I created this. Paste. I just get a weird feeling that I did. And then that one not, that one done. This one up, paste. This one, paste. Oh, nope. Up, paste. What happened here? There we go. Up, paste. Up, paste. Okay. Last one. And the little ridge around there, right? We'll get to that. We'll get there. Now with this, it's kind of like hiding my copper. But well, I have an idea for that. Let's get other things and stuff done. First, we have the fluid. This base N2W1. This is going to be fluid out. Okay. So this is going to be one of the output ports for the fluid. So this, we want the west face of this image import fluid metal out. This apply 32 by 32. We're going to copy. We're going to go to this side, east, paste 32 by 32. Okay? Just like that. Okay, and then go, and then this is going to be fluid out. Now, up, image import, is another, yeah, right here. But the one with rivets, there it is. Apply 32 by 32. Copy, up, paste. There it is. Okay. Making progress. Let me save it again. That's important. And I think the rest, well, at least the other sides, except for the bottom. So north, paste, east, paste, south, paste. The same with this. North, paste, south, paste, west, paste. Okay. It's starting to look like a thing. Like it's starting to actually look like a thing. Now, I'm putting off animating this thing as long as possible. I'm not looking forward to that process. Okay. Let's see. Let's do this here, which is the east and west faces. We're looking at west, so let's do this one first. Image. We have a lot of images here, but that's fine. Import. Power IO here. Apply. 32 by 32. Copy, paste, 32 by 32. Even though the voxel is not a full block wide, we can still map the texture. Okay, the sides and such. North. Image this. Is this a close enough texture? Copy, paste, and paste. Does that look okay? I think it looks okay. I mean, it is what it is. And let's do this. South, paste. North, paste. Down, disabled. Up, disabled. And then west and east. What in the world texture are we going to use? I don't think I have this fan. I don't know where that fan comes from. Let's see. Textures, multi-blocks. Oh, I think I know what we can do. I need to use the bathroom again. I can't concentrate. I can't think straight. All right. I can like function again. Okay. Let's do motor bottom east face image import. I want heavy engineering block. Apply. 32 by 32 copy. West paste by 32. I mean, it's not awful. I'll say that. It's not awful. I thought I changed the color of these supports. Didn't I change the color of these supports? I could have sworn I changed these supports. Image this, apply, copy, paste. 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 Like I could have sworn I could have sworn I did that. Okay. Now a few little bits left. I gotta work on there. I want there to be a little ridge going around, just like we did the rivets up here. A little ridge going around wouldn't hurt. Okay, so let's do this. How big is this voxel? This is 19 tall. Um, it's a little on the thick side, but it's fine. This is where the power is going to go in, right? So you're going to be able to, you're going to basically slap a power connector onto the side of this thing. And so the face of it, which is going to be the south face image import, is going to be a obvious power connector, the Duvalaki. Right? It's very like, that thing screams, hey, I put power in me, right? And then let's see, the north face image, this one, apply, 32 by 32. And then east image, apply. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Is that too dark or not? Oh, it's like slightly too dark. Maybe I could do, maybe the top could be the lighter. I like the lighter version. So let me copy, paste, paste, paste. Okay, and then this thing, Okay, let's do the north image import. Apply. That looks pretty awful. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Down is a disabled face. I mean, it doesn't have to be super flashy and fancy, but it's just like, eh. Okay, now for this, just mix it up a little bit. And then I think the Pitman needs to be a solid color. As well as this. Okay. Now, going back. The bottom of all of these. I mean, this doesn't matter. It's a solid color. It doesn't matter. So copy, paste, paste. Paste. Okay. I mean, there's nothing you need to do on the bottom, so you shouldn't ever see that. So it's just like it is what it is. Save it again. Let's see. I think maybe the head. Which is part of the walking beam. Horse head. Image this, apply, copy, paste, 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 paste. And we could add little accents, we could just whatever. But for now, I just wanted to differentiate it a little bit from everything else. The tip here that might be no. Honestly, that looks like it's oil spurting up from the bottom, and that's not ideal. So let's see. I don't know. Let's see. Let's look at. Oh, bright. Oh, Jesus. Well, let's leave this dark, but then change this. This image to be, it is what it is, whatever. Light. Okay. Now, around the outside here, we have some sort of texture going on. Let's see. Wow, my own stream is so far behind. It's so far behind. How does my own version of the stream that it was playing, how does it get like an hour behind? That's weird. I'm gonna pause it just so we stop. Okay. So that texture there. Do we have some iteration of that? I don't think we do. Let's look at just normal. Okay, so then we need to look at where, multi-blocks, metal deco. Great. No. Metal device? No, I don't. Because we could use that texture. Let's see. Let's see if that is anywhere. Yeah, there it is. So there is a version of this. Nope, that was I actually double clicked on the wrong one. There it is. Right there. This texture right here. So if we grab this, put it in there. No, I didn't want to. God damn it. I want to put it up here. There we go. Now I'm hoping these tile. So if we go 131, so 32 on top of that would be 163. Marquee? No. What? It's so funny. This has been a problem in Photoshop for so many years, and they still haven't figured out like why. That's like right on the That's like right on the number here. So 32 by 32. Right there. Let's copy. New. Paste. We're going to switch that to horizontal because reasons. I mean, I hope that didn't change the pixels. Can I redo? There it is. Because the thing is going to be horizontal, might as well have the texture horizontal just for funsies. Okay, and then let's see. PNG, save. We're going to go to multi-blocks, detail 1, close, no. This is going to be a fun block to make. The arc smelter, that's going to be a fun one. The arc furnace, woo! That's going to be a doozy. Okay, we can minimize you. And then go up here and say the west face image import detail 1. Here, apply, come down here. Maybe there, and then like that. That does a pretty decent job, doesn't it? Copy, let's go north. Paste. This UV is 17, 32, 31. 17, 32, 31. Okay, quality of life idea. If Tyrone is out there and cares at all, when you're setting these and you tab to the next square, it should automatically highlight that number. So I can just tab, enter, tab, tab number, tab number, tab number. That would be nice. 17, 32, 31. Okay, so north, paste, 17. See, it's just like 32, 31. It's just annoying. This should be 32, I think. No, 31. And then all these other faces basically need to be disabled. So then north, paste, 17, 32, 31. And then east, paste, 17, 32, 31. West, paste. East. Or have a control click on paste where it pastes the texture and the UV and rotation if it's set. That's another option. That would be very, very handy in a case like this. And I know my use cases you could consider edge cases, but my God, am I going to have to be doing this a lot? And this little app here, this is written in Java, so it's like I can't just hop into it and edit it in C# or Visual Studio because it's not a Visual Studio thing. So it is what it is. Okay, now the last one, which we have east, paste, and south, paste.
Exactly.
And that is the entire thing textured. But we want a little detail ridge going around the outside here. So I think let's see. We want going here, new node, clear. We want to do, let's go back to here. Position. Position. We want to go up. And then and to prevent Z fighting, what we're going to do with this voxel is we're going to offset it back 16.1. And then we're going to make it 16.1 thick, right? It shouldn't change any of the UV mapping coordinates, but it'll prevent that UV. And when you put like the pipe there to pull the fluid out, like it should be snug right up against it. And it, it should look pretty decent. You make a UV map. Oh no, this is weird. We are 100% not UV wrapping this, right? When you UV wrap a model, right? If I took this model and I unwrapped it in UV, what it's trying to do is map the entire model on one texture, like a giant texture, which they look like this. This is a UV unwrapped texture, right? So the entire arc furnace for immersive maps onto this texture. Every voxel, every face maps onto this somehow. Well, the problem is you can't reuse this or any of these textures. And so if you're like, say, I want to make the bottling machine, well, then you have to have one of these for the bottling machine. And you're like, oh, I want one of these for the excavator. Well, there's the excavator. And you can see this texture here, this little fan, is also here. So you have areas that are duplicate textures, right? They're taking up texture space on the texture atlas. And you're duplicating textures. There's multiple versions of this texture because it's UV wrapped. And the problem with that is the texture atlas. This is the thing that the game builds when you run it, right? This is one of the things that takes the longest, especially if you have a ton of mods. Because what it's doing is it's taking all of the textures of the game, every texture that's referenced by a shape, and it's putting them all on one huge texture, right? Like 4096 by 4096, a giant texture. Well, a 32 by 32 pixel texture, which is what the game uses, you can fit a lot of those on a single texture atlas. And it's the texture atlas that the video card has on it, right? So the RAM on a video card, the texture memory, this is what the texture memory has in it, is this giant texture atlas. And then all of the shapes that map to that point are then mapped to the giant texture atlas. Therefore, it's very fast. And what happens is when you have giant textures like this one, this is a 256 by 256 texture. This is enough texture memory, right, on an atlas, right? Just picture a giant image with all of the textures of the game, right? All these 32 by 32 textures. And then you have one giant chunk of that texture as one of these, right? And you're taking up the space of 16 of those individual textures in one texture for one machine. So what I'm doing when I'm designing this is I'm using individual 32 by 32 textures, right? Which can be replicated on all of the other machines. I can use these same textures on all of the machines, right? And there's only one instance on the Atlas. And the Atlas just keeps, as long as the name of the texture is the same, whatever, it will map to the same texture on the Atlas. And so you can have a texture Atlas, you can have a single texture Atlas with a huge amount of textures on it that are universal for all of your multi-block machines. It just makes the machine itself a little bit more complex because it's not one texture that you have to paint. It's a bunch of little ones. But like we did with the base here, if we wanted this wood texture, if we wanted just a single texture of that, we would have to have an enormous texture for that, right? Because if you try to stretch that over all like this, 3x4 block space, you would need a huge texture. You would need a multiple of that, right? You would need 12. You would need a huge texture to map it and not look funky. But what we did instead is we just subdivided the base into individual voxels and mapped the texture properly on all of those. And that allows a small texture to be used and look like it's part of a bigger whole and not destroy the texture atlas. And this is crucial to the mod. And anybody wanting to build shapes to help me, because there's a bunch that I'm gonna need, right? Diesel generator, refinery, squeezer, mixer, there's gonna be a lot of multi-blocks. And so if anybody who wants to help, I'm building this as an example of this is how we do it, right? This is how the mod is going to work, because this is incredibly efficient on the texture atlas and texture mapping, because it's all very uniform to how the base game is. So you have a really efficient and reusable textures, and that's important, having reusable textures. And so as much as possible, like with this, I want a detail in this bar. Well, instead of doing the texture, which is down here, this is fine because we were able to individualize these squares. But in order to animate this properly, I didn't want a whole bunch of squares here because the translation might have not been right. And so it might have been bad. So, you just have to know to pick and choose where your detail is. But in this instance, I put the detail in the shapes. Like all these rivets are just individual like shapes. And you can do that. You don't go overboard, don't go crazy, but like you can put some detail in like that and, have it be fine. And so what we're doing here now with this is I am going to do 0.5. So we're going to shrink that down. And this is going to be detail base left. Okay. And and then probably let's get a texture on it. Face. First of all, we're going to disable the down texture. And then east is going to be 32. West is going to be 30. And just like the other ones, right? This is going to be a single color. So we go image light maybe. And then we do copy, shift, paste. paste. Up is 32. And then that blends in pretty good. I think that blends in just fine. And then what we're going to do is create another voxel. I don't know why it defaults it defaults to that, but we're going to do 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, and we're going to go position is 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Now, I want to say these must be 0.25, yeah. I think they're 0.25. So let's go here and go voxel size 0.25. And then the face down, we're going to disable that. Because when we copy and paste these, it would be smart. We're going to copy that. We're going to go here. And paste, shift paste, and deselect. Okay. Now this is going to be rivet. Wow. Let's actually spell it right. And then origin of this, I don't know why the origin is so off, but let's go here. This needs to be there we go. I want it right in the center of that rivet. Right? Right in the center. So save. So you can see, like the rivets here are maybe on the edges. So there's one on the edge of each block space. So let's save. There we go. There's one other feature I would love to see in this app. And I don't know how you would do it. I honestly don't. But one of the things I would like to see is a way to define a custom collision and selection box. Big, like just create a shape, just like you do with the voxels, only it would be a special shape, right? It would be a collision/selection box shape. Because a lot of times they're the same shape, right? Collision box, selection box. It's only when you have multiple selection boxes that you have different ones, which there are instances, right? If you have a selection box can have multiples. I actually do this. I have a bunch of blocks. The transformer is a good example. The transformer has two selection boxes, one for LV and one for MV, or one for a high, one for a low. Like there's two of them. And so you have to separate those. So the collision box is like what you stand on, right? The selection boxes is what you can actually interact with. But anyway, let's do rivet, and we want to copy. Okay, and then we want to position this down to say 14.5. Okay. Because this one is not going to have, obviously, there's no rivets on this. 14.5 should be fine. And we're going to copy it again. And we're going to really move it down here. That one is definitely closer. So let's bring this back to 32, 33. Okay. Um, $44. Let's see, 32 to 48, right? 46. Um, okay. The reason I did it that way, right, is so I can just copy this. Boink. And then shuffle it back. Oh my God. Why did you do that, game? Why did it suddenly was like, oh, you want to scroll the whole page? Like, no. Just continue scrolling this. 30.5. And we need to do this thing again. So this is going to be 16.1. Everything else is the same. The reason I'm poking it out a little bit is to prevent the Z fighting from happening. So no fighting. We don't want any fighting. Okay, so let's... I don't want to copy this whole thing. Let's do this part. We're going to offset it. Well, first, let's do 0.5. Position 0.75. 1. How wide is this? 1.5. Okay, that's why. This. Oh my God! Come on. This needs to be detail base top. Okay, so this is going to be 1. Oh my! Why am I getting the position? Okay. 14.5. There we go. Let me guess. The face, yeah. Clear. Thank you. This, we want to copy this. We want to shift paste. There we go. All right. Let's then increase the size. And then the size was here. Oh, wrong direction. And then obviously the face, we have 32, 32, 32, 32 down is actually disabled. Okay. And let's back away and just check that out. Looks good. Then we want to take this, copy it, put it on the top, move it. Where is this one? 14.5? Yeah. Why is this off? 14.75? No, that's the, damn it. 14.75, there we go. Now I think we're just going to have another one on this side. So 16 plus that, which would be exactly a block, would be 30.5. Okay. And then this face east enabled, west enabled. I've already disabled the down. So the east and west face are not being rendered. If a face is enabled, the game is going to try to render it. If the entire face is covered, it's still going to try to render it. So that's why you disable the faces. It's just an optimization. Okay. So we're going to do copy detail base B, capital B. And then we are going to shuffle that. And there we go. Model basically done. There's a little detail I want to do with the wires because this not ideal. So we're going to do this. We're going to raise this up 3. We are going to copy. Where are we at? Detail wire 2. Copy detail wire 2B. Okay, and then we're going to drop this down. We're going to widen it. Here. We're going to bring it back. This is going to be a little tricky. Be a little tricky. Detail wire 2 is 0.3 thick. Detail wire 2B is 0.4. Oh. Okay. And the reason I'm doing it this way let's see. That is not in the center. Not sure how that how that is not in the center, but what I'm going for here, if I could actually keep this selected, let's change the color. Image, copy, paste. Let's disable the down. I just kind of want to make it look like it's sitting on a oh my god. Sitting on like an insulator of some flavor. Which is why I wanted to make it a tiny bit wider. Okay, let's copy this. Detail wire 3B. Bottom, disable. Getting these to match up is going to be a challenge. This is as close as I can get right here. Unfortunately. So this we have to pull back. I mean, it's not going to be perfect, obviously. I don't aim for perfection. Okay, and then this we are going to no, damn it. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. Of course. Down. Enabled. We want here, here, here. It's not, again, it's not going to be perfect. I'm not going for perfection here. It's damn good though. I may not be going for perfection, but it's damn good. I am pretty proud. Pretty proud of how this turned out. That looks pretty wicked. I hope this is really obvious, of a thing here. I don't know what to do about this. Maybe I could shrink that support down a bit. It's a little too it's just ugly. So let's actually shrink this down and then move. No, well, I have to move this. And then power tap has to move back. It needs to be centered. And with that, I could add a little cheeky detail on this side. Let's take this. Oh, let's not do that. This and this button instead. There we go. And then bring it out this way. Okay. And then face, paste. Oh. Copy. Paste, paste. Root. It looked like it's sticking out a little bit, doesn't it? Really hard to tell, but that looks like it's sticking out a little bit. Let's move that up like that. Now it's definitely like that. Okay. Save. What does everybody think? Like, good? Everybody happy with that? All right. So now now the interesting part. Animating this thing is a whole different ball game. Okay. That is where the keyframe tab comes in. I don't know where the P comes in. Like, does anybody know? Attachment points would be nice, but I don't know what these do. I don't think they do the thing. I don't think they do what I think they do. Right? I don't think they're like attachment points for like animations. Like if I put an attachment point there, an attachment point there, I don't think it would do what I want it to do because there's no like. I think these are like when you hold a block in your hand, right? The attachment points for that block. Like I think that's what it is. I'm not 100% sure, but I think like like this. If you put a saddle on an elk or whatever, like where does that attach to, and where do you sit on the saddle, right? What is the player's attachment point? I think the keyframe thing, I think this is where the magic is. And as you can see, there is no damn. There's no scale. There's rotation and position. So we are going to have to, like this, cube, are we not able to see it up in the thing? Because, like, why view, show textures, why can't we see the bounding box, right? Why can't we see the bounding box here? We know for a fact this thing goes up into this head, right? We can just take this and go, hey, look at that, see, it's in there. Why? We can see this behind it. Why is this different? Things like this just drive me crazy. Like, why? Anyway, I want to see the pretty version. So, let's get this thing, now that we have it, like, in a good way, let's get it rotated to be, like, down. But the problem is going to be we need these to now be different. Right? So let's put this like here. No, these are not going to change size. Come on. What was it? Come on. In there somewhere. There we go. Same size. Good to go. Okay. These are not going to change lengths. And I'm hoping this doesn't need to change at all. But let's get this thing down. Okay, let's do this. Crank left. We are going to rotate. Well, I mean, we can start at this point. It is what it is. And how is this? I think this is going to go around clockwise if you're looking at it from here, right? Clockwise. I think these I want to do image. Do I want a dark? Yeah, let's do this. Copy, paste. And then add a little cheeky that. And I want to ensure this is again not going to Z fight. Oh, there's a little. Oh, okay. I know why. So let's change this one, and this one, and this one. Okay. Now, let's see. Trying to get this. Okay. 15.5. Right there. And then thickness. Like that. A little bit of detail there. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to move it up to here. Crank left bolt. Bolt there. Just to kind of break that texture up a little bit. So the face on this, the east face can be disabled. And this, the west face can be disabled. And I'll do all the face disabling. It's going to just be tedious. There's a lot of faces to disable in this, so I should have disabled the right face on these, but then I knew I was going to copy it and paste it on the other side, so I didn't want to do that because it's like the opposite face, and I didn't want to rotate it. I didn't want to change the translation just in case the animation system would bork it out. So yeah, I didn't want to do that. Okay, that is good to go. There's a little detail, just showing that those are like counterweights. Okay, now now we have some shenanigans to do. Let's see. Okay, keyframe. See if I can remember how to do this. Let's do pumping code. Pumping. Ease out. Yeah. Ease out. I don't know what version, like what is that? Pumping. Duration in frames. Okay, so what is the game? Like what are we targeting here? Are we targeting 60 FPS? So 120 frames would be 2 seconds. That's not long enough. Should we go to the Googles? How long does it take for a pump jack to do one rotation of its one rotation? Three to 12 seconds. Average speed. Most units operate at approximately 20 strokes per minute. Get your minds out of the gutter.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me mute really quick. One every three. Really? Is it that fast? Like, that seems fast. This is a big weight. How many tons do you think that weight would be? Depending on the depth of the well and the density of the oil, larger, deeper wells often require slower, more powerful movements. I mean, if we do 10 strokes a minute, that would be 12 seconds per rotation. Like, just middle ground it, right? Most units operate at 20. Like, if it's thick oil, you can do 5. 10 would be right, like, smack in the middle. It says, if you're asking about the game Factorio, the standard PumpJack without any speed modules complete one cycle every 1 second. That's funny that they have Factorio in there. So 10 seconds would be 600 frames. Okay. So how do I add keyframes? I can't even remember. Treadmills. Oh yeah, we're not on a treadmill. So crank L. This is rotation. This is rotation. Okay. So, we want half, like a quarter of this. So divide that by 600 frames. A quarter of this would be the 600 divided by 4 would be 350. So 150 frames in. Come on, give me 100 frames. 150 frames. Don't do this to me, game. Why can't I select the frame? There we go. 150 frames in. I've done this so few times I don't even remember. This walking beam. Well, first of all, let's do the crank. Is going to rotate there. The pitman left rotation there. Okay. The walking beam rotation. Oh, good Lord. 2018. 16. 15. No, 16. And then the pitman is going to have to be 68, 70, 1. Okay. Good to go. Wait, what just happened? Oh, I don't think I keyframed the... Damn it. These.
Be back in a bit.
Okay, there we go. Oh man. Okay. That's okay. One problem at a time. Let's go to 300. I don't know. Why is it 150? Jesus. Okay. Target frame 300. Duplicate. Here. Okay. Now we need the crank to be here. Okay. Blocking beam. Back to normal, right? Because we're on the other side now. So now we should be ready to go. Okay. So then we want to duplicate this again, right? So duplicate. Now we want 450. Duplicate. And now we need the crank to do 270. We need the pitman's here. Here. Wait, I just realized. How in the world are these actually... We'll deal with that in a second. Yeah, the weights are going right through the things. So shit. Damn it. Everything was going so well. Okay, 22.5. 23, 25. Pitman here. 115, 110, 8. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. Damn it. How did I not realize that was going to go right through? It was going to go right through that thing. Can't put it on the inside because then it would hit this thing. So it looks like the weights are thinner than I made them here. I like the thicker weights though. Damn it. Ooh, that's sticking out the top. I don't like that. Okay, so what oh my god. Why are these so derpy? Like what? How do you lose your rotation? Yeah, it's trying to go back, so it's trying to rotate itself back. Because this is 0. This, right, is so 0 to minus 71 to minus 135. We need this to be minus something, right? So minus like 252 or something like that. And the same with this one, minus 252. Right? If we go to here then and pay, oh, okay, why is this? Why? So instead of minus 71, how about we do like, well, I mean, this one basically works. A little bit of shenanigans here. But what happens there? Like what? Why? Why is that doing it? It's minus 71 to minus 135. These should be no problem. Right? It should just gently rotate those back. Minus 71, minus 135. Well, what? I don't understand why that's not working. And that one's not working. And then it's like, oh, it's so funny. It's going from 0 to 450. it wants to always go positive with the rotations, it seems like, because 450 is here, right? But 0, right? 0 is the, so it's like minus 252, but it like, in order to get back to 0, instead of going from minus 252 to 0, it's doing minus 252, dial it all the way back to 0 rather than going forward to 0. I don't think there is any way to fix that. Is yeah, minus 90, 180, 270, right? To 0. So why this 270 to get 0, it should be like right there. Do I need to add a keyframe that is like back to this? Like how does, like, anybody out there that has experience animating this shit, like, let me know.
Yeah, when I did the saw and I was making the blade spin, I had it do the rotation, and then the last frame was at its starting point. The frame before was only 1 degree off.
Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to delete this. So I don't know how to get that to match up. What I should do is fix the whole, this thing is derpy as hell because it's not quite right. But basically all I'm gonna do is shrink the weights and just shrink them down. Maybe remove the rivet. So how about we remove the rotation from that? Excuse me? Okay. Pitman left. Again, we're going to remove that. Get these back to normal. We're going to make the right dependent on the left. Go back to cube. Like, why? Okay. We're going to start over after I use the bathroom because, dear God, I need to use the bathroom. All right. Here we go. Okay, so we have this. Let's see if we can't fix, before we do the animation, before we do any keyframing, let's zippity-doo-dah back into here. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the equalizer bearing, and we are going to bring it back one. Make it a little bit wider. This. And then this we'll make a little bit wider. Okay. This we're going to shrink down. Same with this. Okay. Obviously the rivet, this is going to, instead of a rivet onto there, I think we're just going to have a bolt. It's just going to be basically a bolt for this. So we'll back this up. To here. Just wanted to make sure it's hard to navigate in this app. It's just not intuitive. That's already basically in the middle of that block. So we just need to increase the size of it like that. There we go. 10, blah, 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 blah. There. Now we shouldn't be breaking the laws of physics when we animate this. At least, not completely. And then this, I want to shrink, if I can, a couple voxels. Okay. Now, going back, we want walking beam to be a rotation keyframe. We need the crank to have a rotation keyframe. And the pitman to have a rotation keyframe. Right? It should lock it in. It shouldn't move at all, which is fine. That's important. Now, okay, let's go. We're going to take this and we're going to copy to 150, duplicate. Again, we're going to do walking beam. Well, let's do the crank first. Like maybe it would make more sense to base the pitman here. I don't know why they're called pitman. Like they're being like they're just whatever. Maybe it would have been wise to base them off of the walking beam here rather than the crank, just because I don't know. The fact that this is rotating, right? That means the pitmen have to rotate like in the opposite way. I don't know. I don't know if there's a better way to do it, but we're going to go this way. Well, let's do this first. We have that pitman rotation. So crank 90, pitman there. Get all the detail out. I don't need all of this detail. Just shrink this up a little bit. Walking beam. Which was, I think, like 18, 15, 16. And then the pitman was 68, 71. Give or take. Wait, why? What am I doing wrong here? Why is it not rotating these things? I have it's rotation. They're locked in, and then popped here. It should be pulling that back as the animation plays. Well, I don't understand. What am I not doing? Like, I don't know what else I can do. I mean, it worked last time.
That's odd.
Why is it not working now? Is it because there's a keyframe? Is it like there's like maybe only one thing can be keyframed per entry?
right? So it's like the crank is keyframed from here to here, but the pit band don't inherit that. God, this kind of shit drives me crazy. Okay, we're gonna again go back to standard. I want to, if we can, open a base game Duvallaki. The textures are probably not going to load, but that's fine. I don't care. Okay, so this is in C. Users, me, app data, roaming, vintage story, assets, survival, shapes, entity. Like, most everything has a animation, even humanoid, lower. Okay. Super mech? That sounds. What's Thunderlord? Let's see what that looks like. Good. It's a giant giraffe thing. I don't know. Does it have any animations? It does. Okay. Cool. Let's actually open something that's a little less disastrous than that. I don't know. Something simpler. Bell. Yeah. A little simpler. Okay, so idle. Okay. Alarm. 30 seconds. There's your alarm, right? Listen. Now is like what? Can I not? Can I not? Oh, I saw a thing. There it is. What is keyframed? There it is. See, there's no attachment points on this thing. Why are there some that are not keyframed? Right? This moves down, but it's not keyframed. Is that what I'm doing wrong? Whoa. Okay, so this is keyframed, and then this is keyframed. So it goes, swoops out like that. So that's fine. And then there. But these are not keyframed, so why? This is a completely separate animation. What? Wait a second. So how... How do you have a different set? Am I just completely off on how this works? No, let's not save those changes. Thank you very much. Because it looked like the animation itself was the same. Like this was the same, but the keyframe data changed depending on what I selected. Right? So like the crankshaft here like this position for 0 and then we do target frame 150, and then we do 90, and then we copy and we go 300, and we take this like that, and we copy to 450, duplicate, and we take this and go 270, and we copy to 599, and we do this to 359. I don't know. Is that too slow? I don't know. Let's see what happens when it does this. There it is. Okay. So now that is done. So now we look at these. Right? So we have these at 0, and then these need to be... How do I can't change the rotation. How do they change the values of these, right? How do they change the rotations of the other model with the other shapes without doing a keyframe? Because there were things that were changed. So how were they not keyframed? So if we do rotation here, we have to do rotation again. We have to be able to rotate it. Right? So we do rotation and then do something like that. So then if we play this, it's not Y. Right? What am I doing wrong here? I'm not understanding this. What am I doing wrong? Do I have to go to the crank and there? No, see, when I select crank, you've got the keyframes. I think the issue is that the pitmen are part of the crank. But how else would you have animations that the translations cascade down the bones of the thing? How else would you do that? Because I would have the same issue if I attached these bars to the walking beam. I would have the same issue. The walking beam would rotate and the bars would rotate and like they're not independent. So how do you get independent things rotating while being attached to other things? I didn't see that indication. Let me close all of this. Free up some RAM because I know Photoshop is a RAM hog. Is there a simpler? Let's go entity, animal, bird, chicken, hen. Okay. So there is an attachment point. Center. Rope. Tail, thighs. So how is he get how? Okay, so the body, you can see the keyframes here. The head. Has its own set of keyframes. They're the same. What a different animation. Walk. Good Lord. That is a complex animation. The body. These are independently rotating things. If we look at the throat, right? These are the keyframes of the throat, right? So you have a 3-degree rotation, then a 0, then a -3, then a -3. But then if you look at the head doesn't have those. But it's all animated in one nice smooth motion. So how then do you So the crank animates fine. But then we go to Pitman. It starts here. And if we put a rotation keyframe on that, lock that in, and we go to the next one, right? We have to keyframe that and go minus there, right? But then it doesn't do the thing. Let's save, close, just, rule out shenanigans, reopen, okay, open. Now I gotta find it again. Programming, vintage engineering, mod, assets, vintage, shapes, block, multi-block, PumpJack. Beautiful. Now, keyframe. Hey, look at that. It actually does the thing. Okay, so it was a load issue. Right, so if we go here and then we go here, we need this to be even further back to there. Then we go here, and we go rotation again. I think we need to go minus 270, minus minus 180, minus 240. It's going to have to be, is that, Jesus, minus 240. Jesus, my fingers. 60? 50. Somewhere in there. Okay, now we go here, and then 599. We have to do the rotation again. What? Why is it flipping? Why is it flipping all the way around? Minus 250. So I'm guessing minus like 350, 340, 360, 360, 359. Right? Okay. We're getting there. We're making incremental progress, everybody. Progress, not perfection. That's what we're aiming for. Okay, now for the walking beam. Dear God. I'm nervous. Walking beam. Okay. So, we want to lock in the rotation here. We want to go here. We need a rotation here. And I don't know what value, like 18, 16, 15, 16-ish. Right? Somewhere in there. 16.5, 0.2. I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. We go here. And we say, all right. Not sure why that went up. Like, ideally, I would connect the other side of these pit things to the beam and have it just animate itself. But again, I don't think there's a way to, like, add bones, right? I want it to connect these. If there is, I would love to know it, because that would make this so much faster. And so this one, again, we're going to lock this rotation in to 0. So here, it's not perfect. So let's pause it and go to 450 and go rotation. And then we're going to want to go the other way. And this needs to go 26, 25-ish. Yeah, 25. And then back to this, which we want to lock that in. Okay. Not perfect, but so close. It's a little on the slow side. I think that we're going to need intermediate frames for the walking beam, just because it's not ideal. Right? There are points of it that have to go a little faster than other points. But as terms of like a start, that's a start. It certainly is a start. God, I wish there was a way to attach, like, the center of the top of that voxel of the pit bar, or the bar, to attach that to the walking beam. Right? So it moves, everything moves with that walking beam. That would be so nice. So if we drop this down, if we cut this in half, this would instead, why can't I enter a number here? Please, can I please enter a number in here? Like, please? Right? Please, can I enter a number in here? Why can I not enter a number in these values? So if we cut this in half down to 300 duration, This would be $299. Nope. $299. I can't edit. I can't edit these anymore. Right? I can't edit these values. So I guess this is as fast as it's gonna get. Yeah, This is 6 hours of work, by the way. Just this thing. I could have almost probably written the entire back-end machine code for this in this amount of time. I mean, it is what it is. Like, it's not perfect, but oh, man. I may want a at 75 frames. Duplicate here. If we go here to here, so this is 16.2 degrees. So at 75, this would be 8.1. Right? Six. Wait, why is that? Oh man. Okay. Now that we have a little bit better of a grasp, just delete it. Can we just delete it? There we go. See, just delete it. Get back to normal. That's got a thing, that's got a thing, and that's got a thing. Okay. So now we want duplicate frame 75. We want the crank to be at 45. We want the pitman to be at, well, negative 45. We want the walking beam for some reason already has a rotation to be 8.1, 9, 12. God, Jesus, 12. Pitman left. Let's bring that back to there. Okay. Oh my God, it's doing it again. My God. How long has this game been out? Seriously? Okay. Now, duplicate to 150. And we go crank here. 90. Hitman. Minus 72, 71 in there somewhere. Walking beam. Um, 14, 16, 16.4. Okay. So if we look at that now. Oh, you why does this thing have such a hard time with animating this in real time? I have to reload this every time I need to do an edit? How is this app still this bad? Like, how? Please tell me. Why can't it do the thing that it's designed to do? 71. I just let's just assume that it's gonna work. Okay, so now we need another half tick. So another 75 frames after this, which is 235, right? 235. 565, no, 285? 150 plus 75. 225. Yeah, 225. I don't know what up. Yikes. Okay, walking beam. Again, this is going to be. Oh my God. Okay. Back to 0. Okay. Oh no, not back to 0. What am I doing? Back to roughly 12.5. Okay. Crank. Maybe if I change these first, I don't know. I don't know what works, what doesn't. But this is now going to be 135. Pitman. We want this to be minus 1. Minus 98, 99. Keeping that in the center of that block is a challenge. I can't even review it because it's so broken. Okay. So, now we can do new 300 duplicate. And now we want to do 180. And we want the walking beam to be at 0. And we want the pitman. I don't know why this doesn't keep the fact that I want this to be a key. Minus 136. Okay. And then we want 375. Crank is 45, 225. Oh, 225. These, again, for some reason, we want these to dial back. And then the walking beam, we need this to be like 20, 18, 16. Pitman needs to be 190, 188, 189. Walking beam 17. Okay. Save. Now we want... Wait a second. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I was like, wait a second. Okay, let's do this again. 75 on top of that is 450. Okay, so 450, we go crank. Why does my crank not have... Oh, it's because it's this crank. Woo! Okay. So another 45 there. 70. The Pitman. Again, rotation. Minus 250. In the neighborhood, at least. Let's look at this one. 22, 24, 25. Okay, let's do the Pitman, tweak that a little bit. Okay, so we're almost done. We have 2 more left. Okay, so 75 on this is 525. Go down here. And we need this to be 315. This is really challenging my junior high geometry knowledge. Trying to come up with the rotation. Like, this is shit I haven't, like, really had to think about too hard since, like, junior high, like, 30 years ago. 35 years ago. Oh, Jesus, I'm old. Okay, so there's that. The Pitman, again, we're going to do minus 2. I think this was like 340, 320, 10-ish. Get it in the ballpark and then do the beam. Well, you can use like shift. Oh, I like this. This is very nice. Very, very nice. Nice and neat like that. Beautiful. Okay. And then last frame, $5.99. Duplicate. Do this. First, let's get the crank. This is going to be $3.59. No, yeah, 359. The Pitman again. Zero. It's gonna be minus like 1 degree or something like that, right? It's gonna be just not there. So the walking beam is gonna be basically 0, but maybe 1 minus 1 ish. Like, what is this value? Minus 15. Okay, so the Pitman then is going to be like minus 2. No, minus. I mean, this is going to be so close. 309. 365. 6, 360, 361. There we go. 361. Actually, it needs to be. This is going to go down like one more frame. The crank was at. Let's put this at 358. That gives us just a tweak more. 359, no, 362, 3, 2. And then the walking beam, yeah, minus 1. Okay. So we're going to save, close, count, say the Serenity Prayer, and then open it back up again. And hope to God that it works. I mean, it's. Oh, shit. I should just leave that in for people that are people that build it the first time and turn it on and get it powered, and they watch the animation and it's like, wow, that looks awesome, and then we.
Yeah, go for it.
Why did that happen? Oh, it's because I was negative. Okay, I was negative, and then I went positive. No, it's still negative, isn't it? Yeah, it's still negative. Okay, that worked. And, oh, there it is. Yep. That's why. I went from negative here to super positive, which is why it was like, oh, I need to spin. So minus 260, minus 58, 57. Okay, so like this should fix that. That was fucking hilarious. I could just see the bug reports. PumpJack trying to fly away, basically. Like, how do I tune this at this point, right? Can I like select this and be like, all right, this right there it needs to pull this in a little bit. So can I just do this and go do that, right? And then maybe right. So then we have this situation where it is, this is not right. Right? This is not right. So then we do this and we correct it. There we go. Okay. And then we want from here to here, we need to go to walking beam. And we need to push this up a little bit more. So you can like start interjecting keyframes in here. This is why there were so many like miscellaneous keyframes in those animations. There we go. I mean, it's not as good as if there was a bone, like a pivot marker right there. That would be much improved. But we can just do this and drop that down a little bit and push that in a little bit. It's not perfect, but I mean, if somebody complains, guess what I'm going to respond with? Be my guest. Have a ball. Fix it. Like, figure that out. Like, that is some shenanigans right there. Trying to get two wildly different moving parts to synchronize. Good luck. I would relish seeing how many damn keyframes you need to add to this model, to this animation, to actually get it to look right. But who wants to see this baby in the game? It's literally like, in its current state, it's possible. It is what it is, but like, it's good to go. So should we toss it in there and test it and see? I mean, I don't think the animation will play. Maybe it'll play. So let's close this out and go here. Blue, 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 blue. Let's go to textures, block types, multi-block. Copy the creosote oven, and we're going to do VEMB PumpJack. Okay, I am going to remove this VEMB PumpJack. Entity class is irrelevant. And just for funsies, the shape, I'm not sure what we're going to do about the shape. Not sure. It seems like a waste to have this giant model as the shape. Well, this is definitely not an LV. This is in block multi-block, I think. Shapes, block, multi-block. Yes. PumpJack. Okay. Creative inventory, VEMB, multi-block, PumpJack. It'd be easier just to toss it with a block. Multi-block PumpJack. I mean, yeah, the thing in the inventory is going to be horribly bad. Shape by type. So the incomplete version and the complete version, right? Incomplete and built, they're going to be the same for now, right? Because when I give myself one of these and place it, I want to see the shape. Let's pull a tag from like the LV generator. I need entity. Oh, there it is. Entity behavior animatable. Is that it? Yeah, it's an entity behavior. Okay. I don't know. Just I'm throwing numbers in there. Recipe machine by type. Those are not set. There's no recipes for this. It is what it is. Transfer liters per second. Well, liters per second. Yeah, 5 is fine. Allow pipe liquid transfer true. Allow held liquid transfer true. Well, false. No, let's do true. The held liquid transfer is like if you're holding a tank and you right click it, or a bucket. I don't know. Maybe I could make that false. Doesn't matter. Heat per second. I don't need that. Well, yeah. Let's keep that, just because the entity class here is. We're not grabbing the creosote oven block entity. That's might crash horribly. I just wanted to slap it in here and see if we can see what we can see, basically. Okay, let's do. Yeah, I'm because I'm doing this off the cuff. This is probably not going to work. But, it is what it is. Node info. Let's do, we're incrementing at 1. Zip. Cut. And I gotta find vintage app data, roaming, story data, mods, that in there. What's probably going to happen is it's going to throw up all over the place. And it's going to be like, look at all these errors. Especially when it tries to load the shape, because I didn't hide any of the unused faces yet, right? So it's gonna see all those as null, and it's like I'm unable to open texture null. Like, you'd think that there would be something in the game that says, hey, if it's null, if the texture name is null, how about we just ignore it? But no. All right, test world. I'm in dev mode, so I don't get the usual like little cutesy things. I get basically a list of all the bad things that happens. Has defined a block entity class, yeah. PumpJack has defined a block entity class. No, it doesn't. The entity class is literally nothing. Okay. We have floating grass. Always nice to see. And if you're wondering, like, multi-block system, this is the new update. If you break it, you have multi-blocks. Just what people expect, right? You have multi-blocks, and you can build it, and boom, multi-block. So that's what we've been working on. So PumpJack, boom, give block, Vent Engineering, VEMB, PumpJack, incomplete, north. Boink. And yeah, you can walk through it, right? It's not plugged in. It's not the multi-block setup adds all the collision boxes and all of that, because the game cannot have collision boxes that are outside of the block space, right? So the block that it is this center block. Everything else is just window dressing. Of course, it's not animated. I wish it. I don't know. I don't know how to trigger the animation, but there it is. We now have a PumpJack that we can test and start. I can start plugging this in. This is gonna be a lot of shenanigans around the PumpJack. But yeah, I wish I could see the sweet animation. Like the animatable, right? The blah blah blah. Here it is. Animatable here. I could have sworn there was entity behaviors animatable. I thought there was a thing. Entity behaviors animatable. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a reference to, let's see, what would have an animation that just plays? You place it down and it just plays an animation. Creative motor. Blocks metal mechanics creative motor. Okay. It's funny that this creative motor is not actually in the creative directory. This is in survival. So it's like, I'm not sure why, but whatever. So we have shapes, block, metal, mechanics, okay. I'm batting up the wrong tree because there's a few things in here. Creative motor axle, frame, spin ball, spin bar. So there's a bunch of different components. So I doubt this would have the animation in it. I mean, it looks like there is. Spin. But it doesn't show, it doesn't point out this, so I'm not sure. On animation end, repeat. I don't know how to get that to play the animation just right off the bat. Crafting anim code. I am missing that in the attributes. Right. Pumping. I think it's pumping. It's pumping, right? Yeah. Can I please experience daytime in this game? Can I please get daytime going in this game? Like, why are the nights 3 hours long and the days are 10 minutes? Why does it feel like that? I mean, not bad, right? Not bad for a day's work. We have a little power thing coming out the back. Very much like, hey, this is the... Oh yeah, it's just kind of... Why is this so derpy? It looks like it's 0.1 or less difference there. And I literally have a game rule that should be disabling hunger, but it doesn't take. It doesn't affect it. No, little tweaks here and there, but overall, I think we did a pretty damn good job. So yeah, the work is like now plugging in, you know, whatever blocks. So, you know, you build this, obviously you want to face north when you do it, right? So this is facing the opposite. So we can take it. Oh shit, that just crashed. Yeah. Oops. I'm not sure why it crashed. VE PumpJack incomplete north. I should have dropped it. I guess it's like it doesn't like that entity class was empty or something. Block entity, I guess, maybe. VE PumpJack group by, yeah. Crafting anim code pumping. I'm not sure how to get this thing to like just animate when you place it. I'm trying to remember, do I have any blocks that actually do that? I don't think I do. All my machines basically animate when they're on, and I control that in the code. Yeah. Pretty much universal. The only one that, well, yeah, it's what's weird is the LV generator. This has, well, yeah, crafting anim code. Yeah. So, yeah, nothing else that I have actually is animated from the start. So I don't know. I don't know how to trigger that. But, you know, let's assume that it works. So not bad. I can't remember where all those screenshots are because I took a bunch of screenshots. So what you could do basically, let's close all of these. Oh Jesus. Let's go to the Jugles and go immersive petroleum refinery and images. So there's a good picture of one, right? So the refinery is going to be enormous. It's going to be a big boy. Like the pipes and stuff, those are all done. I've already got fluid pipes in the mod, so those are good to go. And it's one of the reasons, like this is one of the reasons why I made fluid pipes an iron base and shinier. It was because like the pipes, the fluid pipes in immersive petroleum, that's what they looked like. What I don't have right now is like big multi-block tanks and stuff like that. Those aren't done. But that's essentially, it's a pretty, what it actually is, believe it or not, is it's not really a refinery. It's actually a distillation tower. So we might want to be more accurate or something. I don't know. But the distillation tower is where you get all of the varying components. And when you distill oil, I mean, you can get, there's a huge number of things that you get when you distill oil, depending on the grade of oil, of course. But there's a good shot. It's dead simple. Like, it's not a complex thing, but oh, Jesus, Windows 11, you suck ass. Stop assuming I'm trying to attach the window to. Anyway, the tough part is, like, I don't know if it's going to be possible, at least in the first iteration, to have like the working ladder and all of that, because the collision boxes and stuff are going to be very generic. And yeah, so it's not going to be perfect. It'll be usable. And I think that's what we hope for. But the what I'm going to do differently with the distillation tower, instead of having just one output, right? You have crude oil in and one output. What? Apparently the lap goblin wants some attention. So instead of having like one input crude oil and one output whatever, we're going to try to go a little bit more complex than that and probably have multiple outputs. And I don't know like what the community thinks, like what they like, where the line is between a fun challenge and tedious, boring tedium, right? Is it like 3 outputs, 4 outputs, 8 outputs, a variable number of outputs? Because then you got to figure out like how many different ports you want. You could go like I don't know. I don't know how to approach it with a multi-block, because you would have to have multiple ports going up with all of the different outputs, right? You need some way to output all these things. And then what do you do about heat? Right? You got to heat this stuff up. Do you have like a heater system where you have like you're blowing in like superheated air or something? I don't know. How do distillation towers heat the material? I would imagine they burn something they get, right? Because it'd be the most efficient or most profitable. And here's the diesel generator, by the way, right there. We've got a pretty decent looking thing. This is going to be fun to do, but yeah, we've got the power output, we've got fluid input, a little bit of thing here. The other thing I don't know, like where to go, and I'd be open to people's experience, but where do I go for sound effects? None of my machines have sound effects yet, because I've been worried about it, because if somebody's playing, if some YouTuber is using the mod and is playing with the mod, and the sound effects for some reason cause a problem, that would be a problem, right? So it's like, where do I go for completely clean, royalty-free sound effects? I don't know. I don't know where to go. So if somebody has some experience with that, let me know, and I can start plugging sound effects in to all my machines and the whole process, because nothing has sound effects yet, and I hate that. But I've been reluctant to just, put sound effects in, because I don't want to do something that gets some random companies like, oh, those are my machine sounds. Like, I don't know. I could go out and record the engine of my car, I guess. I could record my cat meowing and put that in there somewhere. Every time the PumpJack comes up, it's like meow. Put something annoying in the mod. That way people are like, this is annoying. Here's a sound effect for you. Like, but anyway, that is going to be it for today's stream, everybody. I thank you all for coming by on this crazy journey that we just went through, putting that PumpJack in place. It's a big thing. It's really important. Everybody who plays the mod, like, ask me, like, what is the point of oil? Like, why is there oil in the game? It's like, well, shit, the mod isn't done, right? Oil is coming. This is the first step. Well, it's actually technically the second step. The first step is different, but at the very least, we are now that much closer to being able to manage oil. So yeah, thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself today, if you learned anything. Subscribe if you're new. Yeah, this is what I do. I hope if you enjoy the mod that you throw me a few bucks. Every little bit helps. Support the efforts. Otherwise, I'm coming to a head right now where either I get a job and that's going to pull me away for the majority of my week, and it's going to minimize the amount of time I have to work on the mod, or I get enough support from the community, right? Almost like crowdsourced. And the more of that I have, the less I have to worry about getting another job or whatever. So I am passionate about this. I love this project, and I think it's very worthwhile. And so yeah, I'm hoping to stick with it. But more support the better. So anyway, we'll be back on Wednesday. If something happens between now and then, we'll be doing that, but otherwise more coding and more modding, just to try to maybe point out and get a job offer doing this very thing. That would be perfect for me. I would love that. But anyway, have a great rest of the weekend, everybody, and stay warm.